signs, and similar items into the council chambers, but these items may not be held above shoulder height or otherwise obstruct the view or block the path of members of the audience. Disruptions impact the flow of discussion, potentially intimidate others, and detract from the purposes of the meeting. Therefore, disruptive behavior, including, but not limited to, cheering, shouting, booing, or the use of profanity is prohibited. Applause is only permissible during the presentations and proclamations portion of the agenda. Threats directed toward any individual or group are prohibited. Speakers may not campaign or advocate for or against candidates for office or ballot issues or otherwise attempt to influence the outcomes of elections. A full list of meeting rules is displayed at the entrance of the council chambers. During the public hearing portion of the agenda and during communications from citizens, when your name is called, please come forward to the podium. Then state your name, your town of residence, and begin speaking. Remarks shall be limited to 3 minutes. Citizens who are at the meeting and wish to donate their time to a single speaker must fill out an individual card and then combine their speaker cards. In such an event, one person from the group shall be designated to present their remarks, which shall be limited to 6 minutes. If one speaker is speaking on behalf of others who are present, the mayor or vice mayor shall read into the record the names of those whose time is combined. No person other than the individual speaking shall enter into the discussion. Officials on the dais may not respond to any questions or comments during communications from citizens. However, the council may ask questions during public hearing items. All comments and questions shall be directed through the mayor or presiding officer. Thank you again for attending a Gilbert Town meeting and for your participation in local government.
Good evening. I'll call to order the regular council meeting of June 24th, 2025. We'll start with the invocation, and we'll ask Rajan Zed, who will be offering our invocation. Rajan and I had the opportunity to visit for a few minutes before the meeting, had a very good visit with one another, and I'm thankful that he's here. Rajan is the president of the Universal Society of Hinduism, who he goes around and does a lot of invocations at different public meetings.
shall be reading from ancient Hindu scriptures, some as old as 1500 before the Common Era in Sanskrit and then interpret in English. Will you please all rise? Om Bhurvubah Swaha Tat Saviturvarenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo Yona Prachodayat. We meditate on the transcendental glory of the Deity Supreme, who is inside the heart of the earth, inside the life of the sky, and inside the soul of the heaven. May He stimulate and illuminate our minds. Astoma Sadgamya, Tamsoma Jyotirgamya, Rityur Mamratam Gamya. Lead us from the unreal to the real, lead us from darkness to light, lead us from death to immortality. Tasmada Sakta Statam Karyam Karma Samachara. Sakto Hyacharan Karma Parma Panoti Purusha Karma Neva Hi Samsiddhi Masita Jankadya Loka Sangreha Mevapi Sampa Shankar Tumra Hasi. Strive constantly to serve the welfare of the world. Devotion to selfless, one attains the supreme goal of life. Do your work with the welfare of others always in mind. Om Saha Navavatu, Saha No Bunaktu, Saha Viryan Karba Bahai, Tejasvi Navaditamastu, Vidvisa Bahai. May we be protected together, may we be nourished together, may we work together with great vigor, may our study be enlightening, may no obstacle arise between us. Samni va akuti, samna hirdayani va, samnamastu vomano yathava susahasti. United your resolve, united your hearts, may your spirits be at one, that you may long together dwell in unity and concord. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Peace, peace, peace be unto all. Om. Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Councilmember Kaprowski will lead us in the pledge.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We'll have a roll call.
Mayor Scott Anderson,
Here.
Vice Mayor Bobby Buckley. Here. Councilmember Chuck Bongiovanni.
Here.
Councilmember Kenny Buckland.
Here.
Councilmember Young Kaprowski.
Here.
Councilmember Monty Lyons.
Here.
And Councilmember Jim Torgerson.
Here.
A quorum is present.
Thank you. We have no presentations of proclamations tonight, so we'll go to public hearings. Let me ask the council if there are any that you would like to do en masse right now, like to remove from the public hearings to have considered separately.
This is to number one.
Let me ask a couple others. What about number 5 and number 8? The text amendment and a property acquisition. And number 9 is the budget for PKIDs.
Are we getting presentations on 3 and 4?
It looks like at this point that we'll have, I've got cards to speak on items 2. I've got some input on item 3. And there's interest, I think, by the council to consider 4, 5, 6, and 7. Not 5. What's your pleasure, council?
presentations on all of those,
on all these zoning cases?
on 2, 3, 4, the ones you named off.
Yeah.
5, 6.
2, 3, 4, 6, 7, those are our zoning cases.
Okay, I'm good with that.
If so, I'll open the public hearing on items 1 and 5 and 8 and 9. If the council's okay with that, I'll close the public hearing and entertain a motion to approve items 1, 5, 8, and 9.
So moved.
Been moved by Councilmember Bongiovanni. Seconded by Councilmember Torgerson. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. With that, we'll move on to item number 2, annexation A2501. Conduct hearing on the proposed annexation of approximately 5 acres located west of Greenfield Road between Queen Creek and Ocotillo. Staff presentation. And I believe, again, this is just a public hearing. There's no action tonight needed.
All right. Good evening, Council. Kristen Devine, Senior Planner. The case I have for discussion tonight is for an annexation request for the Gilbert Chinese Church. I want to take a moment before we start just to highlight the annexation process, what has been completed to date, and what to expect in the future. So far, a blank petition was filed on June 3rd with the clerk's office. The applicant may obtain signatures from vested property owners starting on July 4th, 30 days after the filing of the blank petition. The purpose of the public hearing tonight is to receive input from the community and the council. Because this is an informative hearing, no motion is being requested tonight. A future council date will be set where a motion is requested. Right, you can see the site here outlined in blue. It's approximately a 5-acre parcel located in Maricopa County and zoned RU43. The parcel is located on the west side of Greenfield Road between Queen Creek and Ocotillo. The site is bordered by Town of Gilbert zoning districts to the south, east, and west. The site currently operates as a place of worship, which is a permitted use in the comparable SF33 Town of Gilbert zoning district. The request for annexation is not being accompanied by a rezoning. It would be converted to the most comparable zoning district within the Town of Gilbert upon completion of the annexation. As I just mentioned, that zoning district would be single family 43. That use is a permitted use in that zoning district. And then again, we are here tonight to gather information and input from the community and the council regarding the annexation proposal. No motion is being requested tonight, but a separate meeting will be scheduled within 1 year where that motion will be requested. And with that, I am available for any questions that you have.
Questions, council? Thank you, Kristen. I have 3 requests to speak on this item. I'll open the public hearing. First speaker is Bing Zhao.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor and the council members. My name is Bing Zhao, and I've been a Gilbert resident for 21 years. When my wife, 2 children, and myself moved to Gilbert from Chandler in 2004, Gilbert was a growing town with a special charm. Dairy farms lined its outskirts, and many roads were punctuated by stop signs. I've been also an 11-year volunteer with Gilbert Chinese Church since its early planting and the fellowship stages. I'm here tonight to express my strong support for the annexation request submitted by Gilbert Chinese Church. Although our church is just half a mile south of the Gilbert Police Sentence Station, we have to rely on Maricopa County Sheriff's Office, which is located about 0.5 miles away in Mesa. This can lead to delayed emergency responses. In addition, despite being adjacent to a major sewer line along Greenfield Road, we have to use septic tanks, which limits our operational efficiency. Annexation would integrate our church into the exceptional Gilbert municipal framework, granting us access to local police protection and modern sewer services. This will ensure greater safety, reliability, and sustainability for our congregation and the surrounding community. As a proud Gilbert resident for over 2 decades, I've witnessed firsthand how Gilbert has grown into one of America's premier communities, thanks to Gilbert's exceptional planning and the dedicated implementation. I'm confident that your decision on this annexation, when you vote in the coming weeks, will reflect the same commitment to this progress. Just as stop signs have transformed into traffic lights, safely guiding us forward, especially during Sunday mornings when I rush to the church services. I get a lot of green lights, miraculously. Humbly urge you, give us Gilbert Chinese Church green light for annexation, uniting us with Gilbert's vibrant future. Thanks for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Thank you. Next is Jerry Shea. Jerry, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jerry Shea, and I'm a resident of Gilbert. And I am also the Mandarin pastor of Gilbert Chinese Church, located at 21012 South Greenfield Road. I'm here this evening to provide some background on our church and our request for any annexation. Gilbert Chinese Church is a non-denominational evangelical Christian church, officially established in 2020, but our connection to the town of Gilbert began much earlier. Since 2014, we have been serving Gilbert residents by holding worship services and community events in local rented schools and also rented church facilities. In 2020, we purchased land here in Gilbert and completed construction of our permanent building in 2023. So I wanted to take this chance to sincerely thank the town of Gilbert, Gilbert staff, their support and guidance throughout the planning and also design, permitting, and construction process. Even though our property is just outside town boundaries, their help made a lot of difference. We are also very grateful to our neighbors and nearby churches for their friendship and support. We strive to be good neighbors. We are committed to being respectful and also responsive to those around us. So today, we are fully rooted in the community, not only as a place of worship, but also as a place of service, support, and connection for families and individuals in Gilbert. We offer Sunday worship services and also Sunday school in both Chinese and English. So yes, we welcome everyone in our community to attend our services. And our congregation currently consists of about 160 adults and 60 youth and children. And as you know, our church is geographically located within the town of Gilbert. but we fall under jurisdiction of Maricopa County. We call it a county island. So we are here to request annexation because we truly want to be part of the town that we have that we have been already considered home for quite a while. I think it's over a decade. And we value Gilbert's planning and also community services and vision. We look forward to participating more fully in town's future. So I just wanted to say thank you for considering our annexation request and for giving the public opportunity to speak their voices tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Rebecca Yang.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Rebecca Yang. I'm a resident of the town of Gilbert. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight in support of the annexation request by Gilbert Chinese Church. I'm an active member of the church, and I volunteer with the youth program as well as support various community events that our church holds. I grew up in the Valley, moved to Gilbert about 6 years ago, where I became a member of the church, which welcomes both Chinese-speaking individuals as well as English-speaking individuals like myself. One of our core values we emphasize at the church and strive to impart to our youth is the importance of giving back and serving the community. That's key to our mission, and we view Gilbert as our home. We already feel so connected to the town and hope that we can officially be a part of the town through this annexation and continue to serve the community and the people there. In the next minute or so, I'd like to share just a few examples of how we have been actively engaging with the Gilbert community, efforts that we're continuing to grow and expand in the coming years. Every spring, we host a Chinese New Year celebration that's open to the public. This past year, we had over 300 attendees come to our church for an evening of music, dance, and food and cultural performances. It's a great way for us to share our heritage as well as to celebrate with the broader community. Every summer, we welcome the community to our front lawn for a 4th of July fireworks viewing. Our location offers a perfect view of the showing from Gilbert Regional Park, and we serve ice cream and create a family-friendly space for families and kids to come and enjoy and celebrate the holiday together. In the fall, we host a harvest festival where we invite families, again, to come and enjoy a night filled with games and fun and music, and it's a safe and festive space to spend the night. Finally, in the winter, it is our tradition to have our youth group visit different senior homes in the Gilbert area where we spread holiday cheer through musical performances. As these examples show, we strive to make our church a place where the community can gather and celebrate and build relationships together. We believe in being good neighbors, and we want to continue building those bridges as part of the town of Gilbert. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration of our request.
Thank you, Rebecca. All the comment cards I have on that item. I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the council. As you all know, we won't be voting on this tonight. We're just taking public input. Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Just want to make a comment. I live down the street from the church, and I saw it getting built, and I drive by about 3 times a day, and one of these times I'm not going to just drive by. I think I'll stop in and say hi. Thank you.
Councilmember Torgerson.
I had just a concern for you. As I listened back, and I was thinking of some of the things you said, you were getting response from the city of Mesa, but was that for the sheriff's office there or for fire? Because for some reason in my mind, I remember somebody said fire. Maybe I'm wrong.
Well, sheriff.
Okay, sheriff, because I know you're covered with fire. That's why I was a little concerned that you'd said that.
We get fire from the fire.
That I know. As my list thinking back, I wanted to make sure that there wasn't a mistake on that. And I might have to join Chuck one morning. How's that?
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all for being here and supporting the annexation. We'll look forward to seeing you again when we actually take action on the annexation. Thank you. Move on to item number 3, General Plan, GP 24-02. Zoning Z2410, Modera Gabriela Point. and we'll conduct a hearing in consideration of a resolution and adopt the findings concerning a zoning case. Staff, Keith.
Good evening, Mayor Anderson, members of the council. As you stated, the project that I have, one of the projects I have before you tonight, I have a bunch of them, is for the Modera Gabriela Point project, which is, as you stated, is a general plan amendment and a PAD rezone. The project is located south of the southeast corner of Higley and Warner Roads within the northeast corner of the Gateway Character area. More specifically, it occupies about 14.5 acres of a larger 40-acre commercial parcel, and you can see the site outline in the screen in front of you, and then it's part of a larger commercial parcel, like I said, all that land all the way to the north corner of Warner and Higley is part of the Gabriela Point Commerce Center. And also, as part of the Gabriela Point Commerce Center, is all of the land to the east and to the south, which is also part of that, and that is zoned for business park uses. I'll show you on another map in a second how that lays out. But this is all part of it, and then the apartments, there's an apartment complex that's currently under construction, which is also part of the PAD as well. So in all, it's about approximately almost 60 acres in size. So the request before you tonight, as I briefly stated, is for a minor general plan amendment on the 10.5 acres, and I'll show you where that is located. And then a PAD rezone over the whole 15 acres. The whole project is about 15 acres. So I'll break that down for you here. So the general plan amendment from regional commercial to residential 25 dwelling units per acre is the request, and that's only taking place on the back 10.5 acres of the project site. The front portion of the project, which is about 4.5 acres, is going to remain regional commercial from a land use designation standpoint. From a zoning perspective, the whole site will be rezoned as a PAD. The front 4.5 acres will be is proposing to rezone from regional commercial that currently has no PAD to regional commercial with a PAD, and they have some deviation requests. That's why they're going to a PAD in this situation. The back half of the property, the 10.5 acres, will be rezoned from regional commercial to multifamily high, and also with that PAD designation. So as far as the development plan is concerned, we'll take a closer look at this development. As I've stated, the front piece will be that regional commercial piece along Higley Road. This will feature a 3-story mixed-use building. This building is anticipated to include 20,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor with residential units on the top 2 floors. And then you can see kind of on the site plan towards the south is a sky bridge that will connect what we call a loft unit building with retail on the ground floor to the apartment building in yellow that is to the right or to the east in this situation, providing pedestrian access. The rear portion of the project with the yellow buildings, which is the multifamily high part, will include 4 4-story residential buildings, 6 garage buildings, and 329 total residential units for the whole development. That includes about 40-ish, 45 or so multifamily units above the pink building along Higley Road. So the total development will be about 329 residential units, with an average density of 27.8 dwelling units per acre. Vehicle access, as you can see on the development plan, will be off of the main entrance off of Higley Road. And then you'll have one entrance to the commercial off of Alona Drive to the south, another entrance further east than that you can access the multifamily off of Alona Drive. And then there's also an access off of Martingale Road, which is constructed, so is Alona, off at the far northeast corner of the property to the multifamily piece. And then in the future, there will be a connection, as you can see in that northwest corner. There will be a connection from the commercial portion of the project to the future commercial to the north. So the site has quite a bit of access. So as far as changes, I know we presented this to you in March, on the March 25th, a few months ago, and it was continued to tonight's meeting. Here's some of the changes that the applicant has made, and from then until now include, they've added about 5,000 square feet of commercial space on the ground floor of that loft unit building along Higley. So basically what they did is they took that building and they made the existing suites deeper. They kind of just stretched it to the east a little bit, making the suites deeper. They've reduced unit count, total unit count from 335 to 329 units. They reduced the density from 28 dwelling units to acre to about 27.8. And they've decreased in total open space from about 31% to 28% of total open space throughout the whole project. So I'll go ahead and show you that open space slide. Total is about 28%, like I just said, throughout the whole project, combining the multifamily and the commercial. Space on the front within the multifamily is about 25.5% or so, and which we're only about space is required per the code, so they're asking for a reduction on that portion. And then the regional commercial portion of the development in the front, they're asking for 34% open space where 15% is required. So a total of 28% open space if you smear it across the whole property. So I just wanted to go ahead and show you a few site renderings of what the buildings could look like. We haven't started the design, well, the design review process is kind of on hold pending the decision for this project tonight. But here's some of the renderings of what it could look like in the future as we move forward. So you can see the shops on the ground floor and the residential above. So I'll just blow through these. There's that little bridge to the south. And you can kind of see the land use transition or the horizontal or the integration between the loft unit building and the apartment building. And so those are a couple of the renderings I wanted to show you. As far as staff's concerns with the project, so as you know from the previous presentation, town staff is not in support of the proposed minor general plan amendment and PAD rezone, and would like to highlight a few of these concerns. The first involves the loss of regional commercial zone land in the Santan Freeway area, Higley Road interchange area. According to the general plan 2020, the site, which is located in the Gateway Character area, is intended for campus-style office and light industrial uses and commercial activities, primarily commercial, that serve the surrounding neighborhoods and communities, and not more multifamily residential. We prefer that the site remain regional commercial zoning to fulfill the vision that has been long established for this portion of the Gateway Character area and established in the current general plan and voted on by the residents of the town. As the town nears build-out, land use changes from commercial to residential must be carefully evaluated to ensure responsible and sustainable growth. And so industrial and office lands make up about, in this project area, or in the whole town, excuse me, make up about 17% of the town's total land area and are vital to sustaining a viable tax base, safeguarding local jobs and supporting nearby services. Once lost to residential development, this commercial land cannot be reclaimed. In the Gateway Character area, which is intended to integrate traditional neighborhoods with commercial employment and business park uses, adding high-density residential development on this site would undermine the area's character and that long-term vision and development framework that the town has long established. So that's a few of those concerns. Another concern is about the amount of multifamily in the immediate area. There are two nearby multifamily developments. Tuscany at Gabriela Point is one of them, and that has 760 residential units, and it's under construction now, as I'm sure you can see it as you drive down Warner. And then Morrison Ranch Apartments, which has 231 kind of townhome units, it's still zoned multifamily, and that's already under construction. So this results in about 991, almost 1,000 residential units of multifamily within a half-a-mile radius of the subject site. Adding further multifamily units would increase the total to about 1,300 units, creating the highest concentration of multifamily units in the town outside of the Cooley Station Village Center area, which was programmed and envisioned for more density. This area has not been programmed and envisioned for that level of density. You can see on this little map here in front of you, the little beehive map that we've created. The site is highlighted, and you can see how it's that dark red color, about 900 units. And with the 1,300 units, like I said a minute ago, would be very close to Cooley Station, which was intended for that level of intensity or density. So that's one other reason town staff is not supporting this project. And I can show you on the map here that that multifamily in the immediate area. You can see north of Warner Road, that apartment complex for Morrison Ranch. Tuscany to the southeast of it. It's basically 2 apartment complexes in one. It's very large. And then, of course, what the applicant is proposing. So you can kind of see that in a little more context, and the density that would be in intensity would be in this area from a multifamily standpoint. So as part of the town staff's review of the project, we reviewed a market study, and we've made 4 key observations from that market study, and we've given these comments to the applicant. The first is that the regional commercial zoning flexibility, the regional commercial district isn't just about shops and restaurants. It actually permits that zoning district actually permits roughly 95 distinct uses, from commercial services like dry cleaners, these are just a few, print shops, to lodging, to educational facilities, and other community-type services and entertainment uses. These uses were not evaluated in the applicant's study. Before we consider changing zoning here, we should explore whether one of these untapped uses might better serve our community than a multifamily apartment complex would. Second, office development. While the updated market study concluded that office space isn't viable on the site today, which town staff, we actually agree with that finding, but not because RC is the wrong district for office. Instead, it's because our nearby business park zoning, which is right next door to the east and to the south, those parcels are already optimized for office and employment uses in a much more appropriate spot for those uses. Companies seeking larger footprints and campus-style settings will naturally gravitate to the BP that's right next door and to the south of this project versus going to the regional commercial piece. Third is the entertainment uses. Contrary to the study's limited feasibility conclusion, we believe this location is prime for future indoor or outdoor attractions from a entertainment use standpoint. It's direct access from Loop 202 and proximity to existing destination venues. I can name some: Topgolf, Main Event, and another future mini golf type development. Position it in a well placed to capture evening and weekend visitors at Gilbert's entertainment as Gilbert's entertainment profile continues to rise. Finally, housing. We recognize the importance of expanding housing options, but rezoning for high-density multifamily right now, town staff feels is premature. Within a half mile of the site, like I stated a minute ago, nearly 1,000 units have already been approved and are under construction. Our comprehensive housing, we are in the process of undergoing a comprehensive housing study with Elliott Pollock, which will soon provide us a clear picture of the regional supply and the local demand for housing. So at this time, we feel rezoning this site to multifamily is very premature. until that study is completed and we better understand it. I'm getting close to being done. On this slide, you can see the town's land use distribution that's pulled by our GIS team. Residential zoning dominates at 70.86% throughout the town of Gilbert. This is our total acreage throughout the town, whereas commercial uses account for just 9.54%. The remaining land is split among office, industrial, public, institutional, parks, and so forth, and open space. But none of these categories come close to matching the scale of our housing stock. So this imbalance matters because commercial land generates far more tax revenue per acre than residential. We know that. It helps fund essential services. But with commercial uses already underrepresented townwide, converting more of that land to housing would worsen our budget gap and limit future business growth. So that's why, one of the reasons why we are recommending and not supporting this rezone tonight, so that we preserve our remaining commercial acreage rather than trade it in for a land use in multifamily or residential in general that we already have an abundance of throughout the town. So there's a few deviations the applicant's requesting. I'll just go over these quickly. They have some setback deviations between the commercial and the multifamily. They want to go to 0 for both those between the two uses. And then the landscaping percentage is for 34%. This is in the RC portion. And then for the multifamily high, the same deviation between those commercial and residential buildings. And then overall, they want a 28% percentage in the multifamily piece as well. So as far as public participation is concerned, they've had 2 neighborhood meetings, one in August and one in November. One surrounding resident attended and expressed concerns with the addition of more apartments and expressed concerns about potential traffic volumes and the conflicts mainly with ALA and impacts to the street network. We've received, actually today we received the 6th nearby resident that has expressed concerns and about the project and is concerned and they are opposed to the proposed development. We've received seven public comment surveys also that are in opposition, excuse me if I can talk, of the request. So as you have seen before, staff's recommendation is that you deny the Modera at Gabriella Point minor general plan amendment. And also, for the reasons set forth in the report, we recommend that you also deny the rezoning request. So if you choose to approve this tonight, there are a lot of conditions of approval that are in the staff report or in the ordinance that we provided you. And one of those conditions of approval we need to modify. The landscape percentages need to be modified in both the RC zoning district and the PAD, in the RC PAD portion and in the MFH PAD portion. Kind of lock those in if you so deem to approve this tonight. And then the applicant wanted to add, if you decide to go down that direction of approval, the applicant has this condition that they wanted to request that you add about a contribution of $200,000 toward improvements to Higley Road and Alona intersection. So with that, I'm open for any questions. I know that the applicant is here, Mr. Brendan Ray is here, and I'm sure he has a presentation that he would like to share with you as well. But I'm open for questions if you have any for staff. Thank you very much.
Questions for Keith? Councilmember Bobrowski.
Keith, thank you for that presentation. I have a question about, with this site being regional commercial, what else could be built on it? You mentioned some other uses, but I wanted specifically to understand by right what someone could come in and develop on it that was more of like a mixed use product that would still add residential.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Kaprowski. So, like I stated a minute ago, there are quite a few uses that are allowed on this site by right. 95 of them, to be exact. I have the tables here in my presentation, a back pocket slides if you want to see them, how many uses there are. But from a mixed use standpoint, by right, they could develop loft units on this whole property in the RC district right now, which would mean, just like that building in the front, they could have commercial on the ground floor and every single building all the way to the back and residential above it. So that's from a mixed-use standpoint, that's what they could do.
Thank you. I know that some areas of town also have like height bonus. Does this property fall under that?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Kaprowski, can you repeat that one more time? Sorry, excuse me.
I know that some areas of town have exceptions where the buildings can be built to a higher height level or more stories. Does this piece fall within that overlay?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Kaprowski, so you're probably talking about what we would call like the vertical development overlay district. A portion of this property, I believe, is within that vertical development overlay district. I don't have that map with me right now. I think a portion of it is in that, especially the areas closer to the freeway. But it's kind of a funky, the way it kind of curves and turns based on previous development plans on the site. So I think a portion of it is, but I'm not exactly 100% sure if this portion of the property is within that vertical development overlay district, which would allow increased building heights.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Keith. So you're saying by right, the developer could come back and build multiple buildings with mixed-use functions, correct?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Bongiovanni, that is correct. They could build what we call, like I said, a loft unit that has commercial on the ground floor and residential on the top floors. Yes, correct.
Throughout this whole property?
Throughout the whole property.
And it would never come in front of us?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Torgerson.
What would the density of apartments be if they were built loft style on 15 acres?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson, that is a very good question. It couldn't, I don't know if the town establishes a density for that. I couldn't tell you what the density would be. It would probably be just as dense or denser than than the 27.8 dwelling units per acre that we have now. But do I know that 100% for sure? I don't know. I haven't done the math on that or even thought about figuring that out. So at least this density, I would believe, maybe higher.
And what uses did the applicant present to you that felt were impossible to do? Reasons not to. I mean, basically their requests to rezone because X, Y, and Z were not possible.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson, well, from a use standpoint, they believe, like you have heard in the past, that 40 acres of commercial is too much commercial, and that cutting off this 15-acre parcel and building it residential is appropriate. They have not really, they've showed us a little master plan in the market study. It would show how the 30 acres to the north would be built out. They haven't really shared with us which types of commercial uses that they could put on this land.
Or that they couldn't.
Or that they couldn't. I'm sure that they would have to, they'd obviously have to choose from our permitted uses table. So that opens it up to 95 different uses. They haven't showed us what it would look like if it was commercial on a site plan or any type of design. Hope that answers your question.
It does. Thank you.
Keith, a question about you talked about housing study. Is there, and tying that together with number of units, multifamily units, is there an indication that vacancy rates are going up and that's one caution about multifamily units in the town?
Mayor Anderson, members of the council, I have not read that study. I believe our economic development staff might be able to provide more information on the vacancy rates. We have some representatives here from that department who could probably shed some more light on that if you would like that information.
I guess that's a little alarming to me that we're now saying that it appears as though multifamily, we may be, and I know a lot of the community feels this way, but I'm not sure that it is correct, is that we're oversaturated and the vacancy rates are going up, and I'm not sure that's the case. Do we have somebody from economic development here?
They're here. Here we go. Here comes Jen Graves.
Jen's here. She's coming up. The other thing that alarms me, and I have for a period of time, is you went over the land use, the percentages, and we're going down in commercial, and that concerns me when I see that we're at 9.5, where we should be closer to 10 as a more sustainable community.
Again, Mayor Anderson, I think Jen Graves might be able to answer that question too. She's our guru when it comes to this kind of stuff, or one of them.
Mayor Anderson, thank you. Jennifer Graves, Deputy Director for Economic Development. To address your question about vacancy rates in multifamily, don't have the current statistic. The last time we looked across the town, it was about 8%, which isn't necessarily that much different than, what you're seeing across the valley in terms of vacancy rates. We could certainly follow up with additional information on that. The study itself, which is not completed, we're still working on the draft, so I want to be very clear about that. We're waiting to get that from the consultant to start working through that language and what their findings are with them. However, there is a portion of that study. It's a study and a needs assessment, and it does do a gap analysis looking at Gilbert specifically, its position in the market, and look at the all different kinds of housing types at different price points that may be of need in our community. So that's what the study itself will do, not just look at multifamily, but look at housing across the board and where Gilbert is positioned in the market. And then I apologize, I didn't hear the second question.
Talking about the breakout that he showed us of the different land use categories in the town. And a healthy community should have right around 70% residential, about 10% commercial, 10% industrial, and others. We're going the wrong direction. What he showed was 9.5%. That's the wrong way we should be going on the commercial. Agreed,
yes. So commercial, to your point, Mayor Anderson, fellow council members, is, you said, about 9.5%, and then the combined rate for the office and industrial land use is actually shrinking as well. So now it's closer to 7.5%. Used to be above 8%.
Thank you, Jen. Questions? Who's first? Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Keith, pretend I'm a third grader. I said pretend. This whole property, not just this one here, but the attached property there to the corner. How many acres is all that again?
Councilmember Anderson, Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Bongiovanni. It's about 40 acres.
Okay, what is comparable? Whoops. What is comparable currently in the town to that? What development, what commercial development is comparable? So in my mind, I can figure, would that, if we move that, I mean, would that fit in this area?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Bongiovanni, very good question. I would consider some of the maybe. Some of the areas in probably Santan Village Marketplace. Okay. Maybe that area could be equivalent in size. I don't have the exact acreage of that property, but I would say where the Santan Marketplace area is, that could be about the same size. And you can even count maybe some of the living spaces stuff across the street.
Phone a friend.
Yes. Oh, yes. That was a good one. Thank you, Kyle. And the Gilmore project that you saw come before you several years ago, which is literally under construction now, that is 40 acres.
Okay.
Even though it's not built yet, I know it's hard to envision. You probably, I don't know if you were on the council when that came through, so I don't, but it has a lot of commercial.
Yeah, I went to the groundbreaking. We're good.
Okay, good. Yes, you were there. I remember seeing you there.
All right. Yes, thank you.
Member Buckland.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Keith. So I want to make sure I understood clearly, because Councilmember Kaprowski asked a question that just kind of concerned me. So did I hear you correctly in that if this council says no, developer can come back without an ask, put multifamily on this property if it's above, if it looks like the front end, right? It's above a business. And if that's true, because you had said the concern being density, I have a concern for the density, especially in that area with all the other apartments. Is it possible, though, that they end up or can, by rights, end up at the same density by just doing it differently?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckland, it is correct. They could, right, in the RC zoning district, build loft units over the whole property with commercial on the ground floor of each building. Have to have ground floor commercial on the entire ground floor, and they could have residential units above. And the density, like I said, I don't know exactly what it would be. I imagine it could be comparable to this, 28 units per acre. Staff be concerned? Maybe, but it's a permitted use by right. So, and it would not come back before you. So I don't much that we could really refute or really do about it, to be honest with you. So yeah.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckland, there is no density cap in the regional commercial zoning district. And this is to...
I'm sorry, you said there is not?
There's not a cap in the regional commercial zoning district. And to Councilmember Kaprowski's point, this is in the vertical development overlay district. Maximum height is 75 feet. So if you do ground floor commercial, then up to 75 feet, you could do those loft units above.
You know how many floors that is?
Sorry?
Do you have any idea how many floors that would be?
Five.
Five?
Yeah, 5 or 6.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Second question. At the last council meeting, I had expressed that although I, too, do not want to add more apartments to this area, I drive through there every single day, and traffic's terrible. A major concern I have is the traffic. Brennan Ray had some data, had got it to you guys. Can you speak to that and your ability to challenge that, verify that, what that looks like in terms of, I think it was like what it's zoned at was about 9,000 trips per day. What the applicant's proposing would be around 6,500 trips a day, so like a net 2,500 less vehicle trips a day through that area. What can you please give us your findings on that?
Yeah, Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckland, I'll do my best. I know we have some traffic engineers in the room that probably can speak better to that than I can, but here is the trip generation data that has been provided to us by the applicant. Multifamily housing, it says here about 2,800 weekday total vehicle trips, subtotal of about 3,100. And then, of course, if this project was zoned, they gave us an estimation of about how much commercial space could fit potentially on the site, and it's about 109,000 square feet of commercial space, and that would generate about 5,800 trips per day. So obviously, that's more than what this project would generate based on the proposal. Those totals and that data and information and how that was created or where they got that from, I'd have to have our traffic engineering team speak more to that, but the math the applicant gave us is correct. I don't know if you want our traffic engineering team to come forward and explain a little bit more detail on that, but that's the basic surface level information that I understand. Anything above that's above my expertise level, so.
I appreciate you interpreting that and all the hard work you put into this. If traffic engineering has anything of value to offer, this is a really critical decision, so more information is better.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckland, we have Clint Emery here from our traffic team. He can attempt to explain a lot of this information much better than I can.
Okay. Good evening. Mayor and council members. So the top is what they're building today, and so, and then the bottom is with staff, they came up with an assumption what would be reasonable, and so they came up with the shopping plaza and the supermarket below. And so for traffic engineers, we care more about the kind of the peak hours, because that's kind of worst case scenario for us. And so you can kind of see the total 173 to 189, which is pretty much, it's a little bit higher with the commercial, but pretty much the same. And then the PM, you have 249 trips to 340, which there's a slight increase in the PM. And then throughout the day, you can see that there's quite a bit more traffic from the commercial, 5,000 compared to 2,800, or almost 6,000, I guess, to almost 2,800. So throughout the day, there's definitely going to be a lot more trips. The peak hour, like I said, in the PM, it's you know, there's a little bit, but AM, there's no difference, really. So I don't know if that answers your questions, but.
Councilmember Torgerson.
Just as was stated in the last time we had this meeting, basically what they're proposing as half the traffic of a full commercial development, about 47%?
If you're comparing just an entire day, yeah, 24 hours, yeah.
And the current zoning will allow them to build a certain amount of loft units with bottom level commercial, which is, the goal is to have as much commercial as possible, correct? Right, and this is for Tom Blodgett here, because I already know some of these answers. I want to know, in 2025, the retail absorption rate. You guys have that, are we phoning a friend on this?
I think I'm going to phone in Jen Graves.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson. So the current retail absorption for 2025, so just keep in mind it's only through the first quarter, is 163,000 square feet. This was something that was noted certainly in the market study and looking at the trade area for this site, which is a 5-mile radius. So that basically takes you outside of Gilbert itself. If you just look at Gilbert and you look at retail absorption, you know, one of the things that was noted is that absorption for 2024, so was negative for a few quarters, and that's true. But that was the first time absorption in Gilbert had been negative since 2006 in terms of retail. And current retail vacancy rate in Gilbert alone, just Gilbert, is 3%.
And then as far as box vacancies, things like that, what do we have in Gilbert?
Councilmember Torgerson, Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson, right now in terms of big box, so defined as 50,000 square feet or above, in Gilbert specifically, there were 3 spaces, 3 developments, actually 2 within one development, so technically 2 developments, both along Baseline Road, that had 50,000 square feet or more available, so only 3. But in those developments, only 1 was contiguous square footage. So while they may have had 50,000 square feet available, only 1 had a single contiguous space of 50,000 or above.
I'm assuming everything else is north of the 60 freeway, correct?
If you wanted to go back and look at the trade area, a lot of the vacancy in the 5-mile area certainly is within the city of Mesa, mostly along Baseline Road, and then north into Mesa. That 5-mile trade area does encompass a Superstition Springs Mall, so it goes even north of the 60.
All right. Thank you very much, young lady.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Keith, can you go back one slide to show the project again? Okay, so those 2 pink areas, you're saying that's 20,000 square feet of commercial?
Anderson, Councilmember Bongiovanni, yes, that ground floor is 20,000 square feet.
So if they made 5 of those buildings, it'd be 100,000 square feet, which would be close to 109,000 square feet traffic that we just saw. Are there any rules about those commercial on the bottom has to be filled?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Bongiovanni, I'm not aware of any rules.
They could build 5 buildings, call the bottom commercial, and never rent out one.
Councilmember Bongiovanni, technically, maybe they could. I've never heard of that before, but I suppose it could sit vacant. Now, just want to reiterate that in the town of Gilbert, a development like this far back, a deep development like this, we've never seen a developer in the regional commercial zoning district have loft units on a full development like this, that far deep, especially with commercial that far back. So we've never seen that before. That's not common at all. It doesn't exist. So we don't know if that level, a commercial on the loft unit that far back would be viable or whether it would work or not.
Are we ready to go on and listen to the applicant? Can we do that? Thank you, Keith. I'll open the public hearing and invite the applicant up.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. Brendan Ray, 2325 East Camelback, here on behalf of Mill Creek Residential. Certainly grateful for the opportunity to come back before you and report on the homework we were given coming out of the last meeting in March. And we know that we were challenged to look at a number of things, some of which staff indicated in their presentation, and some of which I'll touch on tonight. But we believe that when we look at this proposed development in totality, in looking at it, not only through the lens with which you guys look at it, but we believe that this request is the highest and best use of this land, and we would certainly request your approval. We talked the last meeting about the focus really being on 10 acres, and let's kind of dive into that a little bit, because unlike other cases that have come before you, when we look at this particular instance, a lot of cases where we've talked about loss of commercial land for residential uses, a lot of those have been located along the corner of arterial roads, sometimes at the intersections of 2 arterial streets. And so in this particular instance, we do not have that before you. We are located at the corner of Alona and Martingale, which are 2 primary entrance to the development is off of Alona, a collector. And so when you look at this, it's a little bit unique. Now, I'd like to touch on briefly on the by right discussion that I just heard relative to staff and you. This site is zoned RC. That does allow loft above, as was indicated. But Councilmember Bongiovanni asked, could a developer come in and leave it vacant? That certainly is something that happens. I haven't seen it in the town. Where I've seen that happen is the city of Tempe. Where ground floor commercial is kind of the carrot to getting residential development. And at least in that municipality, they will knowingly take a loss on that commercial portion and never lease it out. Certainly that's not something that my client would intend to do. Within the RC, what it does allow with loft above is ground floor commercial, but there is a provision that does allow a leasing office on the ground floor. And so it is conceivable that you could have commercial on the ground floor of some of the buildings, but not all of them, and you would have a leasing office at the ground floor of another one. Now, with respect to what could be developed in the density on this site, certainly you could develop something comparable to what we're proposing tonight in terms of density, in terms of unit counts. But it is also conceivable with the vertical overlay that is 75 feet, 5 stories by right, that you could get a scenario where you could have 500 plus apartments developed on this site and still comply with the zoning and still not come before you. That is a possibility that exists, but I am not here tonight to talk about possibilities that could exist. What I'm here tonight is to talk to you about the plan that is before you, that again, as we look at it and think about it, that this is a better plan than certainly anything that could be built by right on this site. So again, just to reemphasize, we're talking about 10 acres, and on this exhibit you can see where that emphasis is, because as you've stated, by right we can build what's out along Higley with the ground floor retail and the loft above. So one of those homework items, and staff stole my thunder, was that we were challenged to increase the amount of commercial, to see if there was a way that we could do that, and we've done that. There were 4 homework items that we were asked to touch on, one being the increase in commercial, and we've been able to do that, increasing it from 15,000 to 20,000 square feet. As we move on, one of the things that I just want to touch on briefly is that important to note is not one time, as we've talked about this development, has anyone questioned the high-quality nature of it. And I think that's important to note. I don't want that to get lost in the discussion of what it is that we are doing. But certainly the quality of this development is something that makes sense. We continue to meet the mission values, the vision and values of the town. I will not go into this. I did so at the last meeting, but wanted to emphasize that we still are doing that as we look at this. One of the things that we heard coming out of the last hearing was neighborhood concerns. The staff indicated we did have 2 neighborhood meetings where one neighbor showed up that had concerns about it, and their primary concerns were traffic and apartments. And we also did a public records request because we'd heard that you guys had received a fair number of emails, and when we looked at the emails that you had received that was provided to us, it really came down to about 17 people, 15 of which we could find addresses for, and they are illustrated on this map that is in front of you. So when we look at it, neighbor concerns about traffic and about apartments, it is limited, and you can see on there the distances by which some people are expressing those concerns to you, as far north as Guadalupe, as far west as Lindsay, and as far south as Ray Road. There are 4 people within Cooley Station North, that is the residential development east of us, that have expressed concerns. And so we've done that. The traffic we talked about, I won't go into it. These were slides from the last hearing, but just to kind of illustrate what that could be in terms of impact on Higley. Councilmember Torgerson was correct in his math based on the report that we had provided. We are 47% less traffic than if it were to develop as commercial as we look at it. One of the things that we were also asked to do was to show how this development could fit in with this area. And while I'm here on this slide, I'd like to pause and talk about this area because staff indicated that the vision and plans for this area, that this development is not in keeping with it. If you go back and look at the town's documents, when the Loop 202 was being considered, there were 3 primary areas where commercial, intense office types of developments were going to occur. You started at Gilbert Road, a border which you share with Chandler, but there was a big emphasis, a push for non-residential development there. And then as we travel east along the 202, we come to Santan Village. And that development and what it has, which is it's not fair to say it's a power center. There are portions of it that you could say that would be comparable in size to this site, but that has its own thing. And then if you looked at the planning documents, you continue the next stop where there was going to be a high intense of commercial and business park uses was this intersection, Higley and the 202. And then continuing on to the east, the other section where it was planned that there was going to be a high-intensity development was Power Road and the 202 before you get into Mesa. And so as you look and consider it, Gilbert Road has built out as it was intended. Santan Village has developed largely how it was intended. Power Road has developed how it was intended, but this location is not. And so the character and vision of this development of what Higley Road could be changed. And that changed when the school came in on the west side of Higley. When that changed, and then a self-storage facility was built by right under the zoning, that changed the nature and character of this area. Something that cannot be understated when you look at and consider and look at this. I appreciate that we talk about the loss of commercial, and that was something that, Mayor, you raised and staff raised in there. But as you guys look at it, you have the vision to see far beyond what this zoning case is, that there might be other cases coming in where property that is not designated nor zoned for commercial might come in with commercial development. And so that is a plus that was not factored into the equations. And only you have the ability to look through that from your policy perspective as you consider this site and consider other things happening within the town. But so as we look at this site, and in particular, you know, the question is, and this site's really about 46 acres, it's not 40, but you look, and the question that was asked to us, again, is 46 acres the right amount of commercial? And then if this is approved, how could the balance could be developed? One of the homework items that I said we'd do is that we were going to go talk to a lot of people, and we did. I have with me Chris Schmidt from Phoenix Commercial Advisors. He's more than happy to come up and can talk about the state of things. We do have the updated rounds report that talks about things and addresses some of the comments about retail vacancies within the town of Gilbert, not including the city of Mesa. And so as we look at this, we did go out and talk to real developers. And this was one of the things that we received back. And I'll kind of sum it up. In essence, this developer with 10 years of experience said that 40 acres isn't feasible. The site of this size kind of lends itself to a power center. And certainly the lack of freeway frontage and visibility limits its viability, especially when you consider established power centers at Santan Village and at Power and Ray. So the question was asked, what could it look like? So this is a side-by-side comparison of this site with our proposal and Power and Ray. Now that site is comparable in acreage, and you can see on it the list of uses. Now that particular site enjoys freeway frontage in that it abuts the 202. And so you can see on that you've got Target, Michaels, World Market, Ross, PetSmart, Mega Furniture, and then a bunch of other stuff as well. That is what a power center looks like. That is something that we do not believe this site is. We talked with another local developer who has 25 plus years of experience across the nation. And this was kind of his testimonial that effectively says the full 40 acres is likely more than what the market can realistically support. Smaller footprint is more in line with the current demand and surrounding development. And the site's proximity to established retail hubs is more practical. It is more practical to have an integrated commercial development rather than force a large-scale retail plan that might not be feasible. So again, as you look at what this site is, you know, we cannot ignore what the surrounding area has developed, especially along that Loop 202 corridor and the initial vision that was established under the general plan and that has changed in this area. Again, so as we look at it, there are some benefits and considerations. One of the other homework items that we hear about and that you guys get asked is, why are there so many multifamily communities? Staff indicated that that was one of their concerns. And so this is a good slide that illustrates one reason why there are so many multifamily rental communities. This was taken from a 2024 study by Harvard, who provided a housing report. And what you see there is a comparison over the course of the past 15 years, the number of households that rent. And what you see is you start on the left and they break it down into income brackets in the 15,000 and less. What you see there is over the course of the past 15 years, there's been very minimal change in the number of households. Same things with 15 to 30,000, 30,000 to 44. Where we start to see a little bit of increase is between the income levels of 45 and 74,000. But where there's the significant and substantial jump occurs in 75,000 or over. These are people that could afford a home if they chose to. Even in the tight situations that we find ourselves today, their ability. But what this represents is that people are choosing to live in a rental community. And that corresponds with the quality of the multifamily developments that have been built, not only in the town, but elsewhere throughout the valley. You see the increase in the amenities. You see increase in the fit and finish to where the walk-up apartments that I lived in when I was a college student, these are now resorts that have multiple programming and offerings and amenities as you look at it. And so we believe that as we look at it, this is kind of one of the reasons. With respect to vacancies within the area, a microcosm within the trade area that this site sits, there's the multifamily developments are at 94% occupancy. So the vacancy rates have not gone down. Vacancy rates continue to be very minimal as you look at it. And so there is a demand. We know that, as Jen indicated, that Elliott Pollock is preparing a report, a housing study. I also know that there might have only been, I believe, 2 of you on the council at a time. But I think that, unless I'm mistaken, Elliott Pollock came and made a presentation to you about housing. And this was at the time there was a housing crisis. And so we know that there is a gap for a variety of, housing choices, including in the multifamily category. The other thing is we look at it from the Rounds Consulting Report. I know we talk about loss of commercial, loss of sales tax dollars, but what you've got today on a site that I would submit is very challenging to develop under its current entitlements. You have 0 consumer spending, 0 system development fees, 0 fees and permits. But when you look at it and you look at our report, you can see that these households for this development are going to spend $12.4 million within a 5-mile radius. People shop where they live. So this isn't a loss of commercial, rather it's a strengthening of the commercial that exists in the area. We can talk about how brick and mortar has continued to slim up. We look at the system development fees, $4 million, $5 million in fees and permits and everything. A key consideration is $418 in annual tax revenue from retail sales, commercial leases, and property taxes. And the other thing that sometimes get lost in the discussion is the online sales. Online sales coming out of this development are projected to be about $2.2 million in 2030. If you so choose to approve this development tonight, we estimate that this would be open and people would be living in it in maybe late 27, early 28. So in line with that. And you get a percentage of that because of the Supreme Court case. You get a percentage of that. So it's not a, we're losing this. There are still benefits, financial and economic benefits to the town for approving this development. Keith mentioned the additional stipulation. That is something that is not required of us, but we recognize and have heard the concerns of people relative to Higley and Alona, and we are still stand by this offer to contribute that towards those intersection improvements. So, again, as we look at this, we did our homework. We did what we were asked to do. We increased the commercial square footage. We are distinguishable from other cases, being located at the corner of 2 arterials. We do have less traffic. It's not the 75%, it's 47%. That is a typo on my part. And then you can see some of those economic benefits, and people choose it. So with that, Mayor and Council, we would request your recommendation for approval with the additional stipulation. I'm happy to go into as much detail as you need to answer your questions, to make sure you all have the information to make your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Okay. Couple questions. If approved, what would you build first?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, I believe I know the answer to this question, but let me confer with my client really quick. Mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, it would all be built at the same time.
Okay. The 750 apartments that are being built to the north, what's their current vacancy rate?
Through the mayor, council member Bon Giovanni, I don't know if they are open for lease. They are not open for
So
lease
it's
yet.
0%. So we have 750 apartments that are at 0% right down the street from the proposed apartment. You said that this is a difficult land to develop, correct?
Through the mayor, council member Bon Giovanni, there are challenges associated with these 10 acres.
Okay, so the day before your client called you about this, was it still difficult to develop?
Through the mayor, council member Bon Giovanni, yes, it would be difficult to develop because as you look at the changing retail landscape, if you look at and consider the way that online sales have impacted bricks and mortar buildings, if you look at the consolidation, Arizona was once one of the most competitive grocery markets around, and now we're down to effectively two, Kroger and Kroger. And so they recently announced they were going to close 60 stores across the nation, which will inevitably affect this site. So if you look at that, you look again at kind of how power centers have developed. I don't recall the last power center that has been brought forward in any jurisdiction and zoned recently. It is of the size that we are proposing. So yes, before my client called me, I would say that these 10 acres and that the entire 40 acres would be challenging to develop entirely with RC uses, even if you consider 95 uses that Keith enumerated that are in the table.
Okay, explain to me the 3.2 million online sales again.
So if you look at it as best our economist, Jim Rounds, can calculate using the numbers that he uses, he estimates that by 2030, this development will be able to generate 2.2 million in online sales.
You're talking the commercial part, or what are you talking?
So what I'm talking about through online sales is an ability for someone to purchase things online, whether it's through Amazon, Nike, whatever it is. And the tax revenue goes at the point of click when it happens.
Okay. I was hoping you explained that. Thank you.
Councilmember Torgerson.
Not that I really want to berate the point with regional commercial uses, but I think that in discussing this, it's doing everybody a disservice not to hear them. Of course, loft units are permitted in regional commercial, incidental dwelling units. Congregate living facilities, dormitories, shelter cares, recovery residences, senior housing. Some probably less desirable uses are in there also. There's cultural institutions, which are not undesirable, I just happen to say that. Daycare centers, residential daycare. Let's see, what do we have here? Large scale and small scale public facilities, educational facilities, colleges, public or private, specialized instructional services, schools, large and small scale, vocational schools, hospitals, urgent cares, medical offices and clinics, nursing homes, ambulance services, helipads, heliports, ride shares, none of which are of great concern in that area, same with satellite dishes, et cetera. But you start going into also, let's see, commercial spaces, automated banks, other financial institutions, banquet facilities such as, let's say, wedding venues, that kind of thing. Maintenance services, business services, breweries, microbreweries, bars, nightclubs, restaurants full service, restaurants limited service, food prep, funeral and undertaking, home occupations, maintenance and repair services, non-chartered financial institutions, storage facilities, which is next door, standalone smoking lounges. Nursing students was probably something they don't want. Vehicle, I believe that is no for vehicle sales, but yes for full-service car washes, fueling facilities. I'm going to keep going here because this is just an amazingly wide range of things. Oh, motor vehicle sales and leasing is something that's there. Non-commercial rentals, tent sales, vehicle services for light vehicles, entertainment, commercial, large scale, small scale, indoor and outdoor commercial venues or entertainment venues. No equestrian there and no golf there, it appears. Haunted houses, which I'm sure is not a big deal. Shooting ranges are permitted. Teen nightclubs are permitted. Government offices, which wouldn't be the best thing to try and change that to government offices. Offices, all sorts of animal uses, vets, daycares, et cetera, clinics, kennels, building materials such as Home Depot, Lowe's, that kind of situation. It's just, there's pages more of it. One thing I am upset about, I get to hear about like 3 uses. There are so many more things here. Have we given up and we're just, okay, there's 4 uses that we can't do? That bothers me, that there's just a tendency to just, oh, well, there's a couple we can't do. Are there uses for that? Have we truly eliminated those uses? And on the flip side of it is if they're allowed by right to basically build 300 units 5 stories high with 1 level of commercial, if that's by right, is that the worst thing in the world? That's almost the same thing that we're approving, except with less, we're approving with less commercial. So are we doing a disservice to people by saying yes and getting rid of 80,000 square feet of commercial and allowing the same number of apartments? So I just wanted to go through that because I feel that it's a great disservice to sit there and say it doesn't have value as commercial, because I think it does. And when we look at having such a low vacancy rate, when we look at absorption rates that are as high as they are right now, I've noticed that I'm tending to go out more and not using online as much as I have. Online experiences have not proven to be perfect. And it's sad to wait for something and have to mail it back. And sometimes it's just better to go and do it. I'm not convinced that it's going to continue to shrink. And there's a lot of things out there saying that it's not shrinking. So I think all of us need to consider how wide that use is before we say yes or no, and the impacts of saying no. Because the impact may be almost the same thing as saying yes.
Mayor, Councilmember Torgerson, I certainly appreciate that when we look at a list of 95 uses on a piece of paper, that we can identify that there are some of those which we would say, why not? Why not? But when considering the size of this site, 46 acres, and you start to look at some of those uses, unless you want a hodgepodge of a pad here and a pad there and a pad here and a pad there, that's not the way this site will develop. To have a large school, a small school, whatever, just to pick on some of those. But again, if we look at it, it's very easy to run through a list and say, have we vetted every single one of these uses? And I'm certainly not going to stand here and tell you that we have vetted them. But as you look at that particular use, it's very easy at first glance to say, hey, why not here? But when we look at this site and the totality of it, 46 acres, are there enough uses, even that are by right, that you could pull together to create a power center or a master commercial or a non-residential development? I don't believe you can when you look at that. And that's why when you look at RC property and you look how it has developed in the town and the historical precedent that has been set relative to the RC, you will see that a fair number of those uses that you've listed have not developed in RC because they are not viable, they are not appropriate in a mixed-use development, even if it's a mixed-use commercial development. With respect to, online sales, I certainly respect and appreciate that you may have had a bad experience. But if you look at what some of the experts say relative to online sales, that is, today, the online sales make up 16% roughly of total retail sales by volume. That, again, by 2030 is projected to double to nearly 30%. So while I respect that you personally may not be one that's doing it, the greater market shows us that online sales are here to stay and that they're going to continue to increase.
We're talking about 10 acres, not 46, right?
Through the mayor, Councilmember Torgerson, yes, we are.
Because I'm looking at it as 40, as that 10 acres is splitting that 46 acres into 3 pieces, the north piece, the south piece, and the 10 acres plus the 5 in front.
That is correct, through
Okay.
the mayor, council member, and that was one of the reasons that we were asked to provide this overall master plan to show, hey, look, if we do approve this, how can this integrate? How can this correlate? How can this be a catalyst for the commercial development that has not occurred on the property, be it 10 acres, be it 20 acres, be it 40 acres? And that was the thought behind this plan that we prepared at your all's request. And we can see and show that how this site does integrate, that there is cross-access that occurs, how a appropriate, viable, sustainable commercial development can occur. With respect to the 10 acres located at 2 collectors, sure, we could have a lengthier debate than we've had thus far relative to what could go there. But I think, again, when you look at it and look at the regional commercial zoning, there are a number of factors that would be not really positive to developing this with even half of those uses, especially if we look at it and the concern is, well, we're losing sales tax dollars. Some of those uses that you read generate no sales tax for the town. And so if we're looking under that lens of sales tax dollars, well, let's go through and cross off the list of 95 uses of which ones don't generate any sales tax. And if that's the case, if we're talking about a school or an office building, then you have to look at, all right, what is that individual attending that? Is an individual attending a school or an office going to generate more sales tax for an economy than someone living on this site? As I indicated at the last meeting and is detailed in our report, someone living in this site, one person is going to generate $800 annually in sales tax. An office worker is going to generate about half of that when it comes to sales tax. The same likely could be said, maybe even less, of someone who attends a school. So again, I respect that we're talking about the uses in the RC, but if you start to really dive deep down into them, we can start to winnow that list down to effectively a handful of uses that will accomplish what the town desires of sales tax, of a viable and sustainable development down the road that someone's not going to be coming back in. And we're talking about vagrancy, we're talking about crime because, you know, the building's unoccupied and stuff like that.
But as you've shown, there's to the north, you've come up with something, shown us what could be. How many years before somebody's coming back saying we need to do another PAD here with more multifamily because it's not viable? How many years?
Yeah, through the mayor, council member Torgerson, that's not a question I can answer. What I can tell you is that for Brendan Ray, and I've been doing this for almost 20 years, from my perspective, I would hold on to that 26 acres of regional commercial because as I look at it, it's got, as I mentioned at the last hearing, I can't explain why it hasn't developed because one of the things that commercial developers, and if I need to get Chris up here, he can tell it so you're just not believing me, but one of the things that's important to commercial developments, visibility, and traffic. We have that in spades here. We've got great visibility from Higley, from Warner. We do not have great visibility from the 202. And so that focuses it more to local than regional, kind of a neighborhood commercial center. And so traffic counts, you all received the emails, traffic is a problem on Higley. That's something that a commercial person wants. Same thing with Warner. If you look at the demographics in the area, the average household income of the homes that live north, of the people that live north of this site, those demographics are going to be off the chart because of those communities and the good job that the town has done and those developers did in building those communities. And so when you look at it, I believe that this 26 acres is viable as commercial. You'd be hard pressed to find me standing before you asking for a change on this on the balance of this site because of all the things that we talk about.
Vice Mayor.
All right, I actually have a question, if you don't mind, for probably Kyle or Keith, maybe. And it's probably a quick, simple question. And I've definitely, I know you know, I've taken all of this in and listened and heard to all the questions and answers. But what I would like to ask planning and Kyle is, how active, have we ever actively tried to promote this property for a commercial project? Or how active, because I'm not sure we've even tried to develop this property yet.
Mayor, Councilman, Vice Mayor Buckley, I'm going to ask Jen to help with that. The Office of Economic Development does a fantastic job in helping bring new developments to town, so she will know much more about that than I would.
Okay, wonderful.
Councilmember Buckley, Mayor Anderson, yes, we have actively promoted this site. So the job of the Office of Economic Development is to meet with developers, end users, site selectors, brokers, you name it, and promote the town of Gilbert and different sites all across the town based off of the needs of a particular project and what can be built. So yes, we've absolutely marketed this piece of property. One of the things I think is important to note is once we put someone in contact with a landowner, a broker, to talk about a piece of property, largely staff is out of that conversation. So I certainly can't speak to where conversations have gone on any piece of property in the town once we present the opportunity to an individual and they enter into that conversation with the landowner. There's many factors that may influence someone's decision to choose a site.
Okay. And thank you for that. But I also want to ask, how was it, were you actively talking to developers and people during COVID years? Because, COVID really didn't end until probably 2024. So we had 4 years of not having activity. Interest rates were high and developers weren't there, actively wanting to build on the property either.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckley, that is true. COVID was a challenging time for new development and going vertical. I would say, just from our experience in terms of like generation coming into the town, in the 2020 that was declining. However, coming out of 2020 into 2021, we definitely saw a shift. We saw a lot more employment uses coming to the market. Certainly, you've seen it in the marketplace where you have industrial coming out of the ground in the East Valley. Office has definitely slowed down a bit since then. Work from home has certainly impacted that. We're starting to see changes in the market. What I would say is we were also still talking to retail developers at that time, commercial developers and the like. But it was certainly a time of, I guess, longer investigation. And to your point, financial markets haven't fully recovered yet. There are still some constraints on the commercial lending side, but that hasn't slowed down the activity from at least our office and what I've seen across the valley in terms of interest in development. But the market is continuing to shift. It's not unlike what we saw during the Great Recession, and then the community came out of that. So the market's constantly moving and shifting. So,
right, so you would say that it's shifting to the better now, or more, or? the same. I thought I got that it appears to be shifting to more active would be a better.
Vice Mayor Buckley, Anderson, yes, we're starting to see office pick up. We're starting to see more retail projects. We certainly have some larger announcements that have happened with Signature at Santan in the Santan Village area. Gilbert has continuously been a desirable place to develop. But in terms of the exact type of project, we're still seeing some shift. We're getting a lot of interest from retail users for certain parts of the community. We're getting a lot of interest from entertainment users, both indoor and outdoor. Getting a lot of, having just a lot of conversations around what's available in Gilbert.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be for anyone who knows the answer. So, do we know how many households there are between, let's say, 3 or 5 mile radius from this area? Anyone have that information?
Mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, I likely have that indication somewhere in this report. In terms of digging for that at the tip of my tongue, though, I do not have that information.
Not a problem, but we can agree that this is a high net worth area?
Mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, I believe that's an accurate statement.
Okay, so 50 minutes ago, you said the 40 acres wasn't viable. You said location, location, location. Now we've got location, location, and high net worth. And 3 minutes ago, you said 26 acres are viable. So what makes 10 acres or 14 acres closer to the highway now not valuable? Viable.
Through the mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, I want to make sure I understand your question so I answer it appropriate. We've talked about 40, we've talked about 26, we've talked about 10. And I believe your question to me is what makes me believe that the commercial south of Alona is not viable?
No, my question is, first of all, we started the argument with none of it was viable. That's why we want to put residential there. Then it shifted to, yeah, this is a high net worth area. So it's, as you said, the 26 acres north of the site, I believe 26 acres was viable, you said. So why would an area closer to the highway not be viable as much as the other area? With the demographics we just kind of discussed.
Yeah. Through the mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, I believe, let me try to answer your question kind of using this aerial. So when we look at successful commercial developments, they have visibility. We've established that. And as you come off the freeway, one of the things that impacts, I'll just talk about the commercial, there's a portion, I think roughly 8 acres or so that's south of Alona that's designated regional commercial. So as we look at that, the viability is immediately impacted, the visibility is immediately impacted when you come off the freeway, because the first thing you see, if you're not hitting a pileup of cars going into ALA, is you will see a multi-story self-storage facility. The development of that by right, standalone, not mixed use, impacts kind of what goes on the other side of that. Not to say that it can't. When we look at the master plan that we had pulled together, we had shown a hotel down there, permitted in RC. We showed a couple of pads and maybe some restaurants. So that regional commercial component of it, kind of standalone uses, makes sense because of where it is and what is adjacent to that. When you get on the north side of Alona, you look at it from 46 acres. And that's kind of, because that's what the regional commercial zoning is today. And so when you look at it, we still have some limited visibility when you talk about the back portion of Alona and Martingale. That's the 10 acres that I keep talking about. We believe, and that's why we're proposing the 20,000 square feet of commercial on the frontage, that commercial is still viable in that location. And then as you travel north, you get then the character of it changes from a freeway interchange to now two major arterials in Higley and Warner. And when you get to that type of an intersection, that's a little bit different than Power and the 202, where you've got immediate access from the freeway to that power center. And so when you start to go north and you start to recognize some of the limitations, that's where, as I stated, I believe the 26 acres, call it whatever, is still viable, because that then picks up the traffic, the visibility, the exposure, the experience of the intersection of Higley and Warner.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Torgerson.
Mill Creek is the primary developer of this, correct?
That is correct.
Mill Creek is a residential developer generally, correct?
Through the mayor, council member, that is correct.
Who would be building the front 5 acres?
Mayor, Councilmember Torgerson, Mill Creek would be building that. They are under construction right now. It's off the edge of this map with the development of ground floor, retail, and loft above down at Higley and Ray, west of the southwest corner. They are doing that. Construction is construction. They have a good leasing team and have connections in the commercial brokerage world that they are able to confidently lease that space. Based on the response that they received at their other development from local commercial businesses and some national interest, they believe that there is demand for that on this area. Again, in a very limited footprint, there is that demand, not at the bigger scale that we've kind of been talking about tonight. So Mill Creek would build it. They're building it right now, and then they would have a commercial brokerage team do that. This is Mark Sanford with Mill Creek. He probably can correct me where I went wrong.
Mayor Anderson, Councilman Members Torgerson. Mill Creek Residential is primarily a residential development group, but when appropriate, we do develop commercial space along with those residential communities. As Brennan mentioned, like we were doing at Higley and Ray, we've also done that in other areas of the Phoenix market as well. On a national basis, we developed over 1 million square feet of commercial space around the country, and we have a national practice group that only focuses on retail within Mill Creek.
Question answered. Thank you.
Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. One more question. I might have asked you this before when we were in meetings, but what's the average hold time for Mill Creek?
The average hold time?
Yeah.
I think I know the answer, but let me confirm that. It varies by development, but 80% is a 10-year or longer hold.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have just a couple of concerns or thoughts. I was the one that originally asked for that conceptual plan surrounding the property, and the idea was not just to get a concept, but to get a commitment that it would develop in some manner like that. And I know how difficult that is to get, but I still feel that's important to have that commitment of how that will develop. It's not to say that if it develops differently in the RC with some other uses, it can't come back and be reconsidered to move buildings around or whatever, but I needed a commitment, which I didn't get. The other is, you did supply me, and I don't think the staff or the council has seen the same plan. You supplied me with development as an RC district with 5 stories above, which we've established is allowed in the RC in this area. So that seems to be a viable plan where you wouldn't have to even come back for any rezoning. And kind of surprises me that we don't take a run at that instead. So those are my concerns about the project. It just seems like we're our scope is pretty narrowly focused on this plan, and we've got some other alternatives.
Mayor, if I may, you are correct by right. What I shared with you was just an example of what could develop. And in terms of it, Mill Creek authorized me to say that, and there is that possibility. It doesn't mean it's the final determination. As we talked about by right, we can get 5 stories. We could get up to 500 units. There is no cap on density. We believe, and Mill Creek believes as well, that the site plan that is before you is the better plan for the development of this site. We certainly recognize our rights to develop it under the RC, but still believe that this plan is better not only for the site, but for the surrounding area in terms of the quality of the architecture, in terms of the integration, in terms of everything that we've talked about layout-wise and design-wise. We believe that this is a far superior plan to what could be built by right.
Thank you. Council, we beat this horse to death. I'll close the public hearing at this point and bring it back to the council for discussion and or a motion. Any discussion?
No discussion.
We have someone, Councilmember Kaprowski.
I just want to summarize some of the points that I heard in that discussion that I'll be basing my decision on tonight. I'm glad that the applicant came back with greater commercial density. I like that the project would be built all at the same time. The mention about the housing study happening now, I don't think it's necessarily fair to delay a current development that's going through the appropriate processes. But there's a lot of pros and cons to this site. I think I share some concerns, but also understand that this could be a catalyst to that adjacent commercial property. So that's just where my head's at.
Thank you. Others' thoughts? Councilmember Buckland.
Thank you, Mayor. My head is in a similar place after listening to all this. You know, I go back, I don't want apartments, but they can build them anyways. At least this is a more controlled plan. You know, when I considered, and I like the idea of being able to fill those bottom floors, but in earlier meetings, I had actually asked the question, why not do that? What I understood was because it's that front level, and the developer's probably not going to like this, and I hope I don't offend you when I say the Tyler model in Agritopia. That works. That is thriving. But you see those businesses, you park in front of them, and you see them. You don't see what's behind. I worry that we're going to have vacant buildings behind it, and I definitely appreciate Brennan saying I hope that's a commitment not to just leave empty buildings like they've done in Tempe. Being a former police commander, emptiness leads to crime. So don't want to see that. I think given all the back and forth, the compromises that have been made here, I do believe the data that was said about the online. Totally respect what you said, Councilmember Torgerson, and understand the bad experience having worked for Amazon Global Security Operations. I know that it is trending up. I believe Amazon is like between 9 and 11% year over year. I think the whole market is like 1.29 billion expected in the U.S. in online sales. So it's trending up. That will help. That's only one piece of the puzzle. I think I would like an even more ideal situation. However, we didn't get to control what went on that prime frontage property. A school went there, took prime real estate that you can see on the freeway to lure people in, and a school went there and is bringing a lot of traffic that is very heavy, especially 2 times a day, backing up in the intersection of Warner and Higley. Although this will bring more traffic, something's going to go in there. I like the fact that it does have less trips. I think it soothes that a little bit. Nothing's going to help, but it soothes that a little bit. So I think having said all of that and the risk, maybe it's not this developer, but someone comes in and does go up 5 floors and leaves vacant space playing a game. I really hope we close that gap in our planning zoning. So I do, based on the totality of circumstances, and I have gone back and forth, because I don't want apartments. I don't want more apartments, especially in that area. I do think it's the best use case now based on all of those circumstances.
Who was first? Councilmember Torgerson.
Just make clear, maybe we didn't have a say on what happened there, but a previous council did. And I think they made a grand mistake of allowing that school to annex and take 50 acres of what under our general plan was freeway frontage. And it has supplied an incredible amount of traffic. And this, I will say that what is being proposed is far less traffic than what it could be. It is far less. The apartments do tend to take about half of what commercial takes. And that is something to consider.
And I wasn't blaming you, sir. I thought that the legislature doesn't even allow us to control that as a school. So not even the prior council had to do with that.
If we hadn't annexed them, we wouldn't have done it. It's a waste.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. It's a tough decision, to be very honest with you, because do I believe this project is high quality? Absolutely. Does it, in my mind, does it fit the area as far as, quality? Absolutely. What I'm concerned about is 750 apartments across the street almost, or behind in the backyard that haven't even opened up yet. I don't believe, I believe there's definitely some point there's a bubble. At some point in time, we have tons of apartments being built, and at some point in time, people aren't going to be able to afford those higher rents. And then what happens is companies tend to sell those projects to another, let's say, company or private equity firm who has to go in and lower rents until we get to a point where, we look like a couple of cities that are around us. So I am, if the 750 apartments weren't being built right at the same time, I'd really look at this differently, but I'm perplexed right now, to be very honest with you, as far as pros and cons of this. If the state legislature didn't take away our rental tax, I'd be more leaning over here, but we can't control that right now.
Thank you. Any other comments? So I have anyone would like to make a motion or other comments?
Mayor Anderson, may I remind you just of the public comment cards?
Oh, yes, we received 27, I think it is, email public comment cards that were opposed. I think a lot of those are the same ones that you showed on the map. What's your pleasure?
Well, we'll see where this falls. I will move to approve the general plan GP 2402 and zoning Z 24-10 Madera Gabriela Point with the information that was presented today, including the $200,000 towards infrastructure improvements in public right-of-way at the Higley-Alona intersection, or the Higley-Warner intersection, or along Alona or Martindale.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Kaprowski, seconded by Councilmember Buckland. Please vote. Motion fails. Can we try another motion?
does that just move forward as a denial?
Just, do we have to take another vote, Chris?
Mayor Anderson, no. If it doesn't pass, it's a denial. So it takes no other action, then it's denied.
Okay. Motion dies, fails, 2-5. Thank you. That concludes item number 3. We've been at this for a little bit. Do you want to take a 5-minute break?
Yes.
Okay. It's viable RC. I don't care.
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
You. Wow. Wow.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2. 1 2 3 4. 1 2 3 4. 1 2. Check 1 2.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
1 2 3 4.
Check 1 2. Check 1 2.
1 2.
1 minute warning. Okay, we'll come back to order. Start with item number 4, general plan, GP 24-04 and zoning Z 24-16, BC Park. Ashley.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So this request before you tonight is for GP 2404, which is a request to amend the general plan land use classification on 4 acres from general office to general commercial. Accompanying that request is Z 2416, which proposes to rezone 4 acres from business park to community commercial. In addition, they would amend the existing Gateway Point industrial PAD and amend that development plan to comply with or to be consistent with their new request. Okay, so here's an aerial map of the property. It's located on the west side of Power Road, south of Galveston. It is bounded by Oakland Court to the south, and then directly to the north is Tulsa Court. As I mentioned previously, the land use classification on site is currently general office, which allows for that business park use. And then additionally, the zoning on site for the entire parcel is business park. This property is entirely within the Gateway Point industrial PAD. The clicker's going real slow. I fear I've pushed it too many times and it's going to jump ahead like 6 slides. Okay. So with their proposal, the applicant has submitted general plan and zoning exhibit. So on the top, you can see the general plan exhibit. So it's the front 4 acres that front Power Road that would be changed to the commercial portion. And then the entire site would amend the PAD. This is the existing development plan that exists on site. It was intended to be a larger kind of medical campus type of area, and it's just never developed in that fashion. And so the applicant before us today is seeking to rezone the front half for commercial uses. They've got space for, I think, 3 building pads with associated parking, and then the rear would remain that business park use. I'm not quite sure what my next slide is, but I believe it probably talks about the Planning Commission recommendation. So with this project, the Planning Commission did recommend approval on both the general plan amendment and the rezoning request. Staff supports those recommendations and would be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions for Ashley? Councilmember Torgerson.
Am I hearing these sweet words of business park turning to commercial?
You are hearing the opposite. Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry. Yes, business park to commercial.
Be still my heart. Thank you.
Other questions? Vice Mayor?
Okay, so this is we're going from business park to commercial, which I agree with Councilmember Torgerson. That's sweet to hear that. This is community commercial, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so what can be put there?
Great question, Mayor and Councilmember Buckley. What we anticipate on this property is possibly some restaurant uses and some inline shops. So it would allow for a variety of retail, possibly some office, restaurant-type uses, and that's what we anticipate will develop with this site.
Okay, and business park is, we're looking at offices, commercial buildings, things like
Yeah,
that, right?
some kind of light industrial flex space.
Okay. All right. That was a good answer. Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you, Ashley.
Thank you.
I'll open the public hearing. Is there an applicant here who would like to summarize?
Thank you, Mayor Anderson, and members of the council. Greg Davis with iPlan Consulting, representing the ownership. Don't have anything to summarize. I think the proposal is straightforward. I will let you know that we do have users for both the BP and the commercial, so we're ready to go as soon as we can. So I'd be glad to answer any questions that you have, though, for me.
You sure you don't want to do this over on Higley Road?
Phase two.
Okay. Other questions? Vice Mayor.
Okay, so do you have a business plan? I don't know, perhaps I missed seeing that, and
So through the mayor, Councilmember Buckley, so we do have a development plan that we showed on there. It's very conceptual in nature, because at the time we submitted this, which was last fall, we didn't know exactly what those users are going to look like. But the BP user, it's a flex industrial use, has submitted their formal site plan package. So that's in the works, and we have two restaurant users that are interested in signing an LOI on the commercial portion once the zoning is approved. So we'll be submitting site plans for all those.
okay, great. Oh, well, I like that there's some of both.
Yes.
I think that's a great addition that you can add to that, so thank you.
Well, we're happy to provide it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg.
Bet. Thank you.
Close the public hearing and bring it back to the council for discussion and/or a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to accept item that was
And I second
4.
that.
It's written for General Plan GP 2404, 24-04 zoning Z 24-16 BC Park, A and B.
I'll second that.
The Vice Mayor already did.
Third it.
Okay. It's been moved by Councilmember Torgerson, seconded by Vice Mayor. All, please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Greg. Moving on to item 6, zoning Z 24-22, Bella Storia PAD amendment, parcel B. Keith.
Mayor Anderson, members of the council, good evening. Bella Storia Apartments, Parcel B, PAD amendment. I promise on this one, I will be pithy and I will not bloviate as much as I did on the last one. So I'll try to run through this one fairly quickly. The site, as you know, we've presented this one to you before, and it was obviously continued. So the site is located at Power and Williamsfield, the northwest corner, and it's that it's highlighted site there in the yellow. This is part of an overall master plan of about 75 acres or so that has already been approved, and some of it's going to start construction here in the near future, a single-family portion to the north, but this is one of 2 multi-family pieces that have been previously approved, and this one's going to be amended. So obviously, as I've kind of stated, the amendment for the existing, is to amend the existing development plan on parcel B of the existing PAD to accommodate a 326-unit apartment complex. And the proposed PAD amendment is also to reconfigure the site, the whole development plan. So the general plan is residential 14 to 25 dwelling units per acre. They can have all the way up to that 25 dwelling units per acre, and there are no restrictions on that beyond, within those parameters. 367 units, like I stated, the total is about 23 acres of size, that site that's highlighted in red before you. Here's the overall, the existing overall development plan that was approved. Like I said, 73 acre master plan, about 11.5 dwelling units per acre total. And you can see the piece in the far bottom left-hand corner is the subject site and how it's designed now. Buildings fronting the street, a lot of parking in the middle, even a residential building along the north. And there's about 628 units that have been approved previously on this project in the original PAD. So here is the proposed development plan that shows the changes that the applicant's proposing. And you can see now the building configuration is different. There is this kind of increases the overall density of the project a little bit to about 12.5 dwelling units per acre, and this is spread out over the whole 75 acres. This is how we've calculated the density. So still the 12.5 dwelling units per acre is within the allowable range approved through the general plan, which is, as I stated before, is that 14 to 25 dwelling units per acre. So it still falls well within that, in that range. So here's the development plan in more detail. The net acreage is 13, 367 units, as I've stated, 23.5 dwelling units per acre, still within the range of density that's allowed. And you can see how there's 9 buildings, there's a 2-story parking garage, 607 parking spaces, and the site is arranged quite differently. In planning staff's opinion, it's a much better design that was previously designed. You have this large building in the front that it's kind of a 4-story / 3-story building, 4 stories along Williams Field, and then it kind of graduates. It goes to 3 stories towards the back. You have really nice courtyards with open space and amenities. So that building is fronting the street right along the roadway. Same thing with the next building to the right, building 2, and that is a 3-story building. And the other buildings are, the other larger apartment building on the eastern boundary, is a 3-story building. There's a parking garage in the middle, and then you have all of these carriage type unit. Well, they're not carriage units, they're just smaller buildings. They're 2 stories. Right up along that local street to the north, adjacent to single family on the north side of the development. So there's a good land use transition. You don't have a large 3-story building looming over single family residential to the north. And a lot of your parking is hidden by all of the buildings. Instead of being wide open where you can see the parking, now it's kind of being screened by all the buildings. A large amount of open space to the right. Oh, I should have shown you this plan. I apologize. This is kind of the pretty picture. I forgot I had this one in here. Now you can see the open spaces and see how there's all that landscaping, that common open space on the whole east side with grass lawns and pickleball courts. And it's kind of the transition. They've created a little pedestrian transition to the future commercial to the east. And now you can really see how those buildings kind of screen or protect the parking from public view. So a much better design in staff's opinion on this site. And the reason we needed to bring this back before you is because it wasn't obviously in compliance with the original development plan, and the changes were too substantial. So, public participation, the applicant held 1 neighborhood meeting in November. No residents or surrounding property owners attended. Staff recommends that you approve the PAD amendment tonight as requested, subject to conditions, and I am open for questions now, if you have any. And I believe the applicant, Adam Baugh, is here, and he probably has a little presentation, and he can answer some questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Keith. Council, you have questions of staff? Who was first? Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you go back back and forth between the two, the original and then this one again. I
Yeah.
didn't really see a difference too much. Okay, a big difference, okay. Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Lyons?
So I was curious on the public meetings, who chooses the dates for those public meetings to be held?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, the applicant proposes a date to town staff,
Uh-huh.
then we approve it.
Is it on the previous developer that was in here, they had a public meeting notice in the same time frame, which is a week before Thanksgiving? I'm curious, is that typical? Because I would think that with that kind of time frame around a holiday, it would not be a good time to do a public meeting. Do you take anything like that into consideration when we set these dates?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, we don't see that very often, but we do try to make sure that as many people are around as possible during neighborhood meeting times so that holidays don't conflict. And so we try to make sure that we avoid those situations at all costs
Right, so
possible.
All right, I've seen two tonight, though. The one previous and this one both had a public meeting. This one's the 20th, the other one was the 21st, so it gives me pause, so I just wanted to point that out. Thank you.
Councilmember Torres?
So with this PAD change, there is no zoning change involved. It is just the plan they submitted and an update, a change, intensification of it.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson, that is correct. The zoning is staying multifamily medium. All they're doing is updating the design of the site, which is no longer in substantial conformance with the original design, and increasing the number of units by, I can't remember what the total number, the difference is, like 68 or so. That's it, correct?
Vice Mayor?
I think he kind of asked the same question I was going to ask. This is an already approved complex, correct? The plan has already been approved by, I don't know when, how long ago?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, yes, this plan that you see on the screen in front of you was approved previously. If I remember correctly, that was about 2 to 3 years ago now. But yes, that plan was approved.
Okay, so was that approval expired, or how long is that approval good for?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, no, that approval has not expired. There is no expiration limit on a development plan.
Okay, so what the request here today is adding additional units.
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, they're requesting today is to modify that original design that's on the screen, changing the configurations of the buildings, locations of buildings and parking, and adding a few more units, yes.
Okay.
They're improving the design in our opinion.
Okay, so it's not, so it's approved, they're just making modifications to numerous different things.
Correct.
And are there separate ways to vote on this, or is it a full, because I'm not in favor of adding more units to this. So is it going to be, can we split that vote, or can we, it has to be done in the approval that you're requesting?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, if I understand the question correctly, it would have to be done to, I don't think you can split
In
the
one
vote.
vote,
In
yeah.
one vote. It'd have to be in one vote.
That's what I thought.
And you would be proposing or approving to amend the existing PAD or the existing development plan for the new design, showing this design, if the clicker will work for me.
Okay, all right.
There it
thank
is.
you. Yeah. That answers my questions. Thank you.
Perfect.
Councilmember Lyons?
Thank you, Mayor. If I remember this one correctly, when it came before us before, the original was just a concept, I think is the way it was presented to us. It wasn't necessarily the final deal. And so we're increasing the number of units here by 20%. I think I remember asking a question about the traffic impact of adding 20% more units to this. Was that something you all looked at, again, went back and visited, was the traffic, and what was the impact of that?
Councilmember Lyons, Mayor Anderson, The original design, the applicant can speak more to this as to whether or not there was an original developer and as the apartment developer on this site, and to whether or not that was a concept. I've always understood that they had an original apartment developer, but the applicant would probably know better than I do on that question of it. But as far as the traffic is concerned, yes, it's something that we would evaluate, we have evaluated. And the traffic department has approved a preliminary type of TIA. And also, we have a design review case that's going, that we have approved, or we're hoping to bring it to Planning Commission for approval in the near future. And there's a TIA with that one that has a little more detail, and they have our traffic team has approved that TIA as well, if that answers your question.
It kind of does. A follow-on on that, why would this particular design be better than the other?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, very good question. So if we look at the design, and I'm sure the applicant will want to articulate on this even more than me, but if you look at the design, this has the buildings along the street frontages. I believe they were 4 stories as well, with a big sea of parking and honestly not a lot of open space. It had way less open space than what this project is proposing. And this design is a more traditional garden-style apartment complex, whereas the proposed design has some parking, but it's screened by the buildings. It's not as publicly visible. It has a parking garage. It doesn't look as what's the word I'm looking for? As cluttered from the street. There's a lot more open space, and it's more visually appealing. And also from the 2-story buildings on the north to the single-family development to the north as well. They're not looking out their windows on their second stories and looking at a 4-story building. They're looking at smaller 2-story buildings, so the transition's better. So there's multiple reasons why it's a better design, even though, yes, they are increasing some of the units. But I will let the applicant, he can articulate a little bit more than I can probably on why it's a better design. But that's, from my perspective and staff's perspective, is why that's a better design.
From back to the traffic thing for a moment, you have 20% more units in this particular development. You said you have some preliminary evaluations of that. What's the next steps?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, I honestly don't have a lot of that data and information. So, but the next step from here is to submit the design review. Or not submit, sorry, excuse me, get the design review application approved, and then, of course, the building permits.
Right.
Yes, so yes, good point. So Clint Emery, our traffic engineer, is here. He can probably answer that other question that you asked me better than I can.
All right.
I guess good evening again, Mayor and council members. Do you want to go to the overall site?
Yeah.
So.
Oop, wrong way.
So this is, so when this first came in, they looked at the whole zoning together, and we actually they did a master traffic study, and so it took into account what's the DR that's already approved to the north, and also the apartments. As part of this submittal, we didn't ask them to update the traffic study just because the commercial, like we talked about previously, generates a lot more traffic, and so as this site continues to develop and these other sites come in for DR, we can continue to evaluate if we need to update the traffic study. But right now, as a whole, looking at this master site traffic, even though it may be at 20% on the multifamily, overall it's a very small amount of additional traffic because we looked at as this in an entirety, if that makes sense.
What I'm looking at here is the egress and ingress into the site, and thinking about its close proximity to Power Road in there, making a left coming out of the unit. How is that going to be managed?
So right now at Delator Boulevard, there is a traffic signal there
Okay.
today. And then, because of this Power Road has just some unique challenges because of access, there's not a lot of lefts out.
Right.
And so, based on the density of the commercial and all that, at the middle, we are proposing a traffic signals there as well at 1,000 feet spacing. While that's not ideal, just because of those constraints on Power Road, that was kind of the only way we could get this site to work, to add another traffic signal there. So, if that.
Right. Thank you.
So, as far as like Delator and Williamsfield, there's still a lot of capacity as far as the traffic signal goes and being able to handle that traffic.
All right, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Okay, I was trying to make sense of this. Can you go back to this lower portion that's on Williamsfield Road here? You showed that earlier to compare to the other one that was in color.
Oh, yes.
So you showed that. Is this on Williamsfield Road?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, yes.
Okay, so
This is along Williamsfield Road, correct?
this is the new one. And
Correct.
the other one you showed, and that's what we're looking at tonight, right? I just want to confirm that because, the other, this one, the one on top of that is already there. It's existing, right?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, so you're talking about the residential to the north?
Yes.
That is approved. It's not under construction yet, but it's approved. It's single,
That's what I
can't remember
thought.
how many
Okay.
homes, but
So
it's 200 and something
You're just
homes.
showing what's going to be next to it.
That's correct. I'm just showing you the context of
Okay.
what will hopefully be developed all the way around, yes.
Okay, okay. I just wasn't sure if it was existing or if it's ongoing. So the other thing is, what is the setback from Williamsfield Road? Because those look like they're almost sitting on the sidewalk.
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, if I remember correctly, the setback along Williamsfield, it's kind of hard to see. I think it's 25 feet, if I remember correctly. It's hard to see in this, but I believe it's 25 feet. It's either 25 or 30, one of the two. I can't read it.
Okay. And oh yeah, I can't read that either.
It's at least 20, it's minimum 25.
Okay, what's the normal, how much of that would be sidewalk?
Approximately about 5 feet would be sidewalk.
Okay. That'll leave 20 feet from the sidewalk to Williamsfield Road.
I think it's more, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, it's actually a little bit more than that. There is an easement, and I believe it's an RWCD type easement that goes along this whole frontage of Williamsfield Road, which kind of pushed the building back a little bit. So if I remember correctly, there will be about 35 feet or so from the apartment buildings to maybe where the sidewalk would be, if I remember correctly. So it's not like closer than it would be, because that easement's about 16 or so feet wide.
Okay, so that.
Kind of pushed it back a little bit.
Yeah, that's a decent distance then from the actual road itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking that, if there's 10 or 15 feet between the sidewalk and Williamsfield, that's pretty tight.
No, it's not that tight.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Torgerson?
No, I just wanted to point out that the apartment unique trips tend to be around 15 unique trips per door, approx, give or take, depending on where it is and how many bedrooms, et cetera. But it tends to be about 15 unique trips. So if you have 60 apartments, you're about 900 unique trips a day.
Thank you. I think we can get a lot of answers from the applicant. Should we invite him up? I'll open the public hearing and invite the applicant.
Mayor and Council, this is Adam Baum on behalf of the applicant. I was a C+ student, so I actually had to Google the word bloviate, but I think I understand what it is, and I don't think he's really good at being plithy after that presentation, but You guys have a lot of questions, and I respect what he does. You have a big agenda. In fact, one of your first items took a long time. And so I'm mindful that you've given me the grace to come back and present this case a second time, where I think our first time, we didn't do a good job. And I think my associate's confidence in the case have overshadowed what would have been a good land use case. Your generosity has given me the chance to present this. So I'd love to share a little bit about what we're doing here. And Councilmember Buckley, I think I can answer a lot of your questions and hopefully change your mind before you hear the rest of this decision today. I think this case makes good land use sense, but there's some benefits for the public that I think I need to do a better job explaining for you guys to be able to say yes. Councilmember Lyons, the neighborhood meeting for this case was the week before Thanksgiving. And I remember it clearly because it was the same day you guys had the redevelopment commission. So I think if the town holds their public hearings on those nights, they also agree that they can accept an applicant to do his neighbor meetings and some of those same weeks as well. As we look at this case, one of the things that come to my mind here is, what's this case about? It's not a rezoning. And if there was any way to get this clicker to work, can I just tell you there we go. It's not a rezoning case, and I'm not changing the zoning either. I have a feeling this is going to be a long night with the way the speed of this goes. But what this is a site plan amendment. And as part of that site plan amendment, and I want to be really clear and more direct this time than I think you saw from the past presenter, but this is a request to change the site layout and also increase the number of units. That increase is 63 units. But in addition to those 63 units, we're adding more open space, we're adding new amenities, we're creating and improving the walkability from this project to the adjacent commercial. We're adding a parking garage that rarely you see. We are reducing the building heights. And so as much as this benefits me, part of my presentation will focus on how this benefits the town of Gilbert. In any other jurisdiction, this site plan amendment would have just been handled at staff's level and wouldn't normally require council action. In fact, that was a question one of the council members and I visited about in advance is, why is this coming back? You're not changing the zoning, you're not asking for all the zoning density that you could have, so why are we seeing this? And I think Gilbert's unique in that when you change your plans, you need to come back through council, but in any other city, it would just be streamlined. But I think to staff's credit, they recognize this plan is a better version than what they saw previously. Let's cover a couple of things real quick. When this case was originally zoned in 2022, 2023, there was a master developer, I think, speaking to your point, Councilmember Lyons, and sometimes those master developers are landowners who lay out a plan, a concept, a vision, and then hope to attract the people who want to come and buy the different components of it. But it wasn't driven by a specific user, and there was no multifamily developer attached with them. There was none in tow. And so I think they did a good job creating what was the best version that they thought this property could yield. But through this presentation, I'll explain to you where some of those weaknesses were by not having a developer in tow and why we have to come back and change it. And I think it was good as far as where they placed their buildings, how they had their access going, but it was short-sighted in a few things. And this plan, if you look at the bottom of that sheet, what did that plan show? It showed 4 stories, 304 units, all surface parked, with some very inconvenient amenities. And by inconvenient, if you look in that red box, at the there's like kind of a green square in the middle of that red box. That's your amenity areas, but the residents and the residential units aren't around that area. And so residents have to walk far across parking lot to get to amenity. I imagine that while we're changing this plan, it wouldn't surprise that any of the other components start to come in and change a little bit too, because it was never particularly driven by a single user. But in this case, what we are proposing is 367 units. This plan does increase units, and there's a reason why. But as part of this plan, we're reducing our heights down to 2s and 3s and a little bit of 4s, where they ignored the opportunity to engage with the commercial to the east. This plan actually opens up and engages with it, creates open space, puts outdoor plazas and scene areas. That's happening to the north. And one actually is better with regard to how it supports the commercial to the east. If I had to choose between these two plans, it's evident that this plan is a far better one. And the difference is this plan's actually driven by a user, a developer who will occupy it and hold it for 10 plus years. Whereas the first plan was a concept, a best guess, and a hope. And it allowed him to attract somebody like my client who's here to refine it. Some key considerations worth taking into mind. I know that This council takes a lot of pressure unfairly. Whenever you're bringing a multifamily case, your emails light up, your names gets tagged on Facebook. How dare you build more multifamily? And here I am asking for a plan that brings more multifamily. But there are some things that I think make this a little bit different than other ones. For example, the case before you on the agenda earlier tonight. One, we are already zoned multifamily. I'm not asking to change the zoning. Two, we're less than what the zoning can allow. So if a newspaper is going to write an article, the story should be developers building less than what they're entitled for. Three, we're in Cooley Station, the one area in the town where you guys actually encouraged and anticipated and expected this type of density. Fourth, we're close to ASU Polytech, which I think is an expanding university opportunity that will likely need more housing around there. The difference between us and some of the other ones, like you heard this morning, is there's zero objections. And I don't think it's just because we had our neighbor meeting a week before Thanksgiving. Between the multiple letters that were sent, not just for the zoning case, but for the design review case, the letters that were sent for the public hearings for this case, the continuances for this case, there's been so many opportunities for public participation, but the absence of it, I think, is a reflection that this is an area where people expect this type of density. And I know that sometimes you face consistent pressure to add more and more in other parts of the town, but if I could put a question to you differently, if there was one spot where you should add a little bit more units, it might be in the spot where it's already planned, already zoned, where the roadway already is designed for the capacity of it. In fact, the roadway is designed for a capacity far greater than what we're proposing. And that's why some of the reasons here make better sense than other places that you might experience across the town. So why more units? I think that's probably the crux of the question. If you can build the first plan at 304, why do you need 367? The reality is the 304 plan was never created by a multifamily developer who would actually execute and build it or develop it. And no multifamily developer would create a plan that puts its open space amenities away from its residents. The worst thing that can happen for you to not be successful on a project like this is to create a poorly designed plan. Poorly designed plans don't lease up quick. If they don't lease up quick, then they're longer to stabilize. Turnover happens more frequently, and the more rapid your turnover exists, the quicker your project goes into a deteriorated state. And so for this project to succeed long-term, it needed to do two things. It needed to centralize its amenities, and it needed a parking garage. The parking garage unfairly costs about $38,000 to $40,000 a stall. And you guys know you've built some in the downtown area. And so when you consider the cost of a parking stall and the cost of more open space than before and more landscaping, more trees and shrubs to support that, those have extra costs that are offset by the extra units. And so that is one of the reasons why. And so if you're going to get this project to be built, you're going to need to redesign either way, because no one's going to build what was there before. It was a poorly designed plan. But creating a better design plan ensures the long-term success of this project versus others. And so as much as I'd love to talk about the benefits for our project, I think it's important to highlight some of the benefits that the town will experience. First of all, residents living here will live in a much better project than what they had previously approved. But two, I think this creates a better design to support the commercial next door. And I know that we heard today that the commercial vacancy is really low. But when you are looking to open your own business as a small business entrepreneur or your own little retail brick and mortar shop, you love nothing better than people both to drive, walk, and bike to the facility. The fact that we can open up our east side that previously was completely ignored, now we open it up and engage with it, actually gives confidence to somebody to invest, open their own enterprise and business in the retail next door. I think it creates a better design for the homes directly north of us on Haskell Road. Two-story homes there deserve to have a two-story home across the street from them. Well, the prior plan was 4 stories, and so I think this is way more context sensitive for them. I think Gilbert residents in the area benefit from this because they see a lower mast height of a building. Wall planes are broken up, so as you're driving down Williamsfield Road, you have a better user experience as opposed to what was previously planned. I think Gilbert benefits because it keeps multifamily where it belongs, in an area where it's already zoned, as opposed to Higley Road and the 202 where it's a square peg, round hole. And I think in this case, the private property rights are a compelling reason. The private property rights, in this case, allow it to 398 units. And I think, well, we're more than 304, we're asking 367. We're not quite to what you are entitled for on this property today. It's striking a little bit of a balance. In the creation of a better plan my client's able to attract better tenants who want to stay longer than just one-year leases. It also gives them the ability to provide parking amenities that weren't there before. But those things come with a little bit of cost, and I think the trade-off is a better plan with a little bit more units. I know this is an important slide, but I was hit on a couple of things. When you think about being an inclusive community, it includes all types of housings, and this option here gives a little bit more. And there's a little bit of an innovative risk that comes along with this, hoping and banking that the parking garage is just enough of an amenity to keep people here more than just 1 or 2 year leases. And so that's a risk we take, but one that we trust in, particularly when your days are more than 110 degrees. And at the end of the day, when you think of your last vision about helping facilitate the success of others, your approval of this plan helps our client be able to succeed in a plan that the prior one, frankly, wasn't unachievable. And in sum, I'll just wrap it up with a couple of key points. The ability for this project to succeed long-term requires a redesign regardless, because no one will rent here if they have to go so far away for their amenity spaces. But it creates a better living environment for not only the folks living here, but the folks to the north in the single-family homes, the commercial businesses who will operate directly to the east who would benefit from that walkability, the folks driving down Williamsville Road who can see reduced building heights and wall planes broken up, the town residents who expect multifamily to be in areas where multifamily should be. It is consistent with your general plan. It's recommended by staff and unanimous approval by the Planning Commission. So, long story short, I had a very busy day. I appreciate the time and consideration you've allowed me to come back. And I hope I've been able to explain more the reason why this plan is changing, the necessity of it, and maybe the logic that we had to go through to get to this. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? Vice Mayor?
I want to clarify something. So initially, you were saying there's 304 units that are approved, and you wanted to add 367. But later, you said it's approved for 398 units. So is that correct? And how can we justify those numbers?
Yes, it may seem confusing because they're all correct. They need an explanation. The zoning allows 25 units an acre.
Well, where did the number 398 come from?
When you zone a property, you have a category that has ranges that are allowed. This zoning category allows you to go up to. Doesn't mean you have to, but it allows you to go up to.
Okay, so that's if you wanted it.
Yeah, which is when the cities plan their streets and their layout and their gridding, they always plan for what the worst-case scenario could be for maximum density. So that's why, like Cooley Station, the road work and infrastructure in this area was planned for a far greater density than what was previously proposed or what we're proposing.
Okay, so your justification then for adding the garage is to increase the number of units.
No, I think it's the opposite. The number of units helps offset the cost of the garage, the relocation of the amenities, and the extra open space. Right. You can't add those amenities without having some financial mechanism to provide them. And so the increase in units help.
A lot more, no offense, than the train wreck we had a couple of weeks ago. I appreciate you looking out for how the residents of this apartment complex benefit and how Gilbert as a whole benefits. I like the project a lot better now than I did a couple of weeks ago. And I can see how, getting that parking garage in there reduces the floors, so the houses in front don't have people really looking over their yards or whatever. So thank you for clarifying all that.
And Councilmember, I'll just say, admittedly, I've been doing this for 18 years, and sometimes you present a better explanation, and I think that was missing the first time.
Vice Mayor?
This is one more question. I want to clarify and make sure that this is not a rezoning, which you specified. this is an amendment, so we're just amending this
Correct.
with the 20% extra
That's correct.
units. Okay, just clarifying that, thank you.
Thank you.
Adam, I have a question. What do I say to the next developer that comes along and says, I can give you better design if you give me density?
Great question, and I think it's fair. The first thing I'd ask is, are they already zoned, or are they asking for new zoning? I think that's an important consideration. And for some reason, density has become an insult or a whipping boy, and I don't think that it's fair to just immediately lump into that category. I think you have to look at the context of where things are. If I was right next to single-family homes, I probably have a very different reaction and response to that, as opposed to an area like this, Cooley Station, where the greatest intensity been encouraged and anticipated by your town. I think we're creating a better plan because of it, not just for the residents who live here, but for Gilbert. And there's nobody objecting, and there's no negative impacts that are associated with this as opposed to something else.
Mayor, and Mayor, I totally, absolutely respect and love that question. At some point, is it just a game? I feel like the difference here is the justification is in parking structure, which we know from having built them, they're incredibly expensive. And so, it was the last month when we went through this, I had actually made the nomination to approve based on several things. One, and this, Kyle and Keith, this is not a slight on you guys, but it is very difficult to get, this was a case that they said yes, the Planning Commission was unanimous on it, and the reason I wanted to do car school, to keep their moods better, not drive with rage on our roads hot, but also because that parking structure was encompassed and hidden within, so you're not, the houses aren't seeing it. The other thing we had, we talked briefly on, we kind of breezed over, was one of the really big impacts for me was this new design fits the theme of Gilbert better. And I had talked about that the original design had apartments looking over into future backyards of residential homes. I don't ever want to live in a house and back up to
4 stories,
a 4-story apartment. I think that's total disrespect to our residents. We risk depreciated value in their homes, and I think that would be a real negative for our residents. So in the totality of those circumstances, I don't like the additional apartments, but I did feel it was justified based on the significant expense that went into the significant benefit of a parking structure for our future residents to keep them here. So, I'll end my comments there.
Thank you. Other comments? Councilmember Lyons?
Yeah, I'd like to make a couple comments here. Adam, I really appreciate the fact that you understood the design of the roads adjacent to the development. I think that that's important and speaks to your due diligence and understanding where you're built from you, so I appreciate that. Second thing I'd like to note is that the location, appreciate that. Second thing I'd like to note is that the location of this particular development, it's already been approved that we do it there, and the location that it's at is one where this type of facility would be well needed. I think you've improved the livability of it, so I think that's what staff was indicating, that the design was a lot better from a livability perspective. And I do understand the economics around the parking garage, and I was just concerned, looking at 20% more units, how that would impact the traffic flow around there. The other thing that I think that is very good is that the original design had all of those 4-story buildings with space for another 4-story, maybe additionally down the road. And in this one, the space is utilized, I think, very well in the transition to the single family, which is something I think we need more of in the community, which is approved as part of the overall development of this, makes that transition a lot nicer. All those together, I think one of the things that you indicated is the turnover in residents there. And I think that this reduces that turnover rate, which means you'll have a far more stable community and less crime, from my perspective. So overall, I appreciate the input that you've done. You did a very good job of that. And to Kenny's point too, Councilmember Buckland's, covered parking will be coveted. So my question is how are you going to keep the residents from fighting over who gets to be underneath the top deck? So that's my comments.
Question, I don't know if that's rhetorical or not, but I don't do the operations. I'd have to defer to the client if that's a question you want him to answer. But I've known to park in some reserved parking spaces from time to time. You want to answer that?
Thank you. Thank you. I think that's
you very
all we
much.
have for right now. I do have one request to speak. Justin Schob. Justin, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I attended virtually the recent council meeting where the developers representative presented the PAD amendment. These changes look to be a significant design improvement, making the proposed apartment complex a better neighbor to the north and to the east. There were some thoughtful questions about the proposal from the council, including questions about parking. I'd like to think that the council represents me to encourage developers to spend their own capital making design improvements that benefit the future tenants, the surrounding community, and all of us Gilbert residents, even if their primary motivation is their pocketbooks. As a future person to be driving past the apartment complex, I think it looks much better in the new design. As maybe somebody whose children might live in the apartment complex, I think it looks like a much better place for them to live. If I were to live in the community to the north, I think it looks like it would be a much better place.
Discussion and/or motion. Councilmember Torgerson.
5 of us on this council approved the annexation and PAD of this October of '23. And I don't want to false virtue signal something of I'm for or against something based purely on the ideology of it. According to the plan, there's nobody's made any grand nobody's made any grand rezonings. What they're asking for is within the zoning that was supplied. Did we even consider the density other than the fact we were rezoning multifamily median? I don't think any one of us based our decision on solely the unit number within that designation. We didn't say, oh, well, I'm only going to approve to 21 apartments, or I'm only going to approve to 19. We approved a zoning and a plan, not obviously a placekeeper of a plan, but not a great plan. And we're not asking to rezone something. We're asking to look at a zoning that we approved and an idea that we approved, and does it work better for us as a town, for the neighborhood there, next to it, the people that will be living in the single-family homes north of it, the businesses to the east of it, the school to the east of it. We don't get rental tax, thanks to the state, but there will be 60 more units of people living there. We've talked an awful lot about increasing density in the appropriate areas. I would suggest next to a university that's probably fairly appropriate to increase your density a little bit, but we're not increasing it out of the zoning category. It's still the same zoning category. So I think each one of us that voted for this has to decide if we're for it or against it, and why. Are we trying to be against it to just show how tough we are on density, or are we being for it because we're trying to show how gracious we're going to be with density? And I would suggest the other 4 of us that voted on this unanimously give that some thought before we give a final vote to this.
Councilmember Kaprowski.
I just wanted to say that I agree with the comments that were made by Councilmember Lyons and Councilmember Torgerson in terms of positive changes of this plan, particularly because this plan is within the current zoning, and this location bridges Cooley Station and ASU Polytechnic campus. It it makes a lot of sense. The amenities, adding the pool, adding essentially a park in the area, I think is a much more positive change than the previous layout. For those reasons, I'm supporting this.
One of you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Councilmember Kaprowski?
Me? Okay.
Councilmember Kaprowski.
I guess I'll make the motion to approve the PAD amendment.
Second that.
Been moved by Councilmember Kaprowski, seconded by Councilmember Bongiovanni. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Our next case is zoning Z2421 Tuscany at Gabriella Point PAD amendment. Keith again.
Mayor Anderson, members of the council, good evening. My final presentation. Feels like I've been up here all night. I'll try to be pithy on this one as well. So the, oh, there's a clicker. I gotta grab it. Sorry about that. So the Tuscany Gabriella Point Extended Yards project. The site is located, as you can see on the map in front of you, it's located at the south east corner of Warner and Martingale Roads, surrounded by the Gabriella Point Commerce Center. This is actually within that original PAD as well. The site is zoned, oops, hold on, I'm jumping the gun. The request before you tonight is for a PAD amendment to reduce common open space that was previously approved, allowing extended private yards for ground floor units only on the west half of the development. I'll go into that a little bit more detail. Oh, now I'm having clicker problems. Oh, there we go. So, so this isn't the exact development plan that's in your packet, but better shows the location of the extended yards and where they're located. It's all those ones in blue that are on the left side of your screen or on the west side of the development. So the proposed site is the west side, which is zoned MFM. The west side zoned MFM, and the east side of the property is zoned MFL. So this is kind of two apartment complexes in one. The left side, MFM, is 19.5 acres. There is 760 total residential units in this development. So the site, the site is governed by I can't even speak. Is governed by conditions and stipulations outlined in the zoning ordinance, approved as part of the PAD that was approved in November of 2022. Please note that in October 2024, town staff approved similar yard extensions on the eastern half of this property in the MFL piece, which reduced common open space down to from 48% to 46%. The MFL piece coincidentally had more open space than the multifamily medium piece on the west side, which reducing it down to 46% on the MFL side, it was still higher than the 45% minimum required by code. The proposed PAD amendment on the MFM side, on the west side, is requesting these uncovered ground floor yard spaces classified as private open space for all ground floor units. There's about 137 of them, ground floor units, that are proposing this. So per the plan in front of you, the proposed extended yards are, like I said, are in the blue. They'll be surrounded by 4-foot-tall view fencing, expanding these private patios from about 3 to 7 feet. It varies. So they're expanding these patios into areas that are currently common open space accessible to all residents. Come on, clicker. Oh, it went too fast. So to visualize the changes, The top graphic shows you kind of what it looks like today. I know it's kind of small, you probably can't see it very well, but it shows this common open space area with all these, with trees and shrubs and things like that, all the way up to the buildings. So they're proposing to reduce it to from 43% down to 40, which is minimally required by code. The bottom graphic shows the little fences, so you can kind of see where they're going to place those fences. They originally didn't even put landscaping that close to the building because they kind of anticipated that they would do this, so the landscaping is not exactly reflective of that bottom graphic. So, so this is just an artist representation and does not show exactly what it's going to look like in real life. So that's kind of just a little brief overview of the extended yards. So to show you what these yard spaces really look like in real life, this is on the MFL piece, and these are already built. I had our code and for our building team go out and take pictures of this. Some of them are already constructed. They're probably about ready to lease these units. So you can see the mesh wire type 4 foot tall, 3.5 to 4 foot tall wall fences, and the little bit of space in between the sidewalk and the fences for shrubs and things like that. And you can see how it extends. They extend out. They're not really attached to the building. They look kind of like they are, but they're not attached. And then you can see this one shows kind of the relationship between the parking lot and the little extended yard areas as well. And here's another view. This is along Warner Road. These are a little bit bigger along Warner Road. And then another picture of what they look like along Warner Road, and this is in the MFL side. So as you know from reading the staff report, staff is not recommending approval of this case, as we have several concerns with the applicant's request. The first, as stated earlier, is that the development is governed by conditions and stipulations from the original zoning that required 43% open space. And that additional 3% open space for the MFM portion of the development was proposed by the applicant as a trade-off for PAD deviations that were being approved, that were being proposed by the developer at that time. And they proposed a 3% additional open space in order to go taller, to build buildings up to 4 stories in height on 3 or 4 buildings along the western boundary of the site. So now the applicant is coming back and proposing to eliminate that 3% to provide these extended yard spaces. So that is why town staff is concerned, because they're proposing to eliminate an original trade-off for additional building height. Staff's second concern is with the extended yards along Warner Road and Martingale Roads, 13 of which encroach into the required 30-foot building setbacks along the street frontages. The LDC has no provisions permitting open space or related fencing within building setback areas. Additionally, the reduction of building setbacks along the north and east boundaries has not been especially included in this request. The applicant, as a result, must reduce these size of these yards to comply with the building setback requirements. There is a condition of approval in the ordinance that would require them, if you so wish to approve this tonight, that would require them to reduce the size of those yard spaces along Warner and Martingale Road so that they're not encroaching into the building setbacks. So while the definition for a building in the LDC states fencing, staff also considers this fencing equivalent to railings, which are fences surrounding a secured private open space on the upper deck. So typically we only allow walls that are about 2 feet, maybe even 1 feet, like 10 inches from the sidewalk. The applicant has revised the sidewalk. The applicant has revised all of the yard areas that are closer than 3 feet and made all of them now 3 feet. So all the fences are set back 3 feet, which meets our code requirement for separations, a separation of building from sidewalks. And they're able to plant a little bit more landscaping and have a little bit more lush landscaping, provides a little bit more separation from the sidewalks. So the applicant has done that. And also, since that planning commission hearing, the applicant has informed us and given us a better idea of what kind of amenities are in this development. And we have found out that, and I have a slide in the very back, I can just show it to you really quick. We found out that this development actually has all these amenities. They have 2 clubhouses, they have all these aerobics and sauna rooms, they have 2 indoor fitness centers, indoor racquetball, indoor pickleball, indoor basketball courts, all these other amenities, 2 pools, they have outdoor tennis courts, dog parks, they have probably triple the amount of amenities of a typical multi-family apartment complex, which is something town staff didn't have a great idea on before. We didn't quite understand that, and the applicant has helped us understand that prior to this, between the Planning Commission and this meeting. So I just wanted to bring that up, that they have way more amenities than town staff originally understood or knew about. So with that, given the Planning Commission's recommendation, we still are recommending denial on this case. And if, like I stated a minute ago, if you so wish to approve it tonight, there are conditions or stipulations that would still allow this project to potentially move forward. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. And I know that the applicant, Reese Anderson, is here as well, and I'm sure he has a presentation that he can give, and he can also answer some questions as well. So thank you.
Thank you, Keith. Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Keith, we've been talking all night.
Oh.
So if my memory comes back to me, this is like one of the first things that several new council members voted on. But the concept was they wanted the extra floor without adding apartments.
Eventually have, that wasn't communicated to us as staff. And now we have a better understanding of that they have way more amenities than are typical. That they have way more amenities than are typical.
Okay. Thank you, Keith.
Councilmember.
Okay. Thank you, Keith.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm the liaison for the Planning Commission, so I listened to a lot of the conversation that took place over this at the time, and I think you did a presentation, Keith, if I remember correctly. And I kind of took from that conversation that your biggest issue really had to do with, here was you had a negotiation to allow for the extra floors, and here they came back and asked for something else. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay.
And you're also telling me now that since that meeting, you've gotten more information that kind of brings some clarity. I'm going to call it bait and switch, where you come, get what you want, and then come back again on that. At the same time, I've done a lot of large building construction on the commercial side of it, of building, and you do your best due diligence to get a plan done. And then as you're executing it, sometimes you look at it and go, maybe there's a better way to do this. And when I looked at this, the thing that came to mind, the common areas, I really didn't see as that common. In one of the pictures, if you'll go back a little bit, there's one of the bedroom window, the fencing around, it's the other way, I think. Keep going, one right there. If I found a person standing in that common space by that bedroom window and my kid was in there, there'd be a bullet hole through that window. So I challenge the idea that that's really a common space. So for me, in looking at this, you know, it makes sense. So I agree with you 100% about the bait and switch side of this, but I do think that from aesthetic perspective and a usability perspective and a whole lot of other things, if I was going to rent one of these units here, this would be what I would want if that was available. So I don't think it's an unreasonable request, given that I don't think the applicant understood or maybe is aware that this might be a better design at the point that they initiated this. So I would be inclined to approve it for that reason, not to contradict what you were saying before, because I 100% agree with you. But I do think that these, if done right, and I understand you guys are going to oversee that, I think would be an improvement overall to the design of it. So my input.
Thank you, Keith. I don't think we have any other questions.
Okay, thank you.
I do.
Oh, Vice Mayor has a question.
Oh.
Yeah, can you just reiterate what exactly, why you were recommending denial?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, the number one reason why the town staff has been recommending denial is because due to the original PAD that was approved on that multifamily medium side, the west side, where they proposed 43% of common area open space as a trade-off for to allow additional building height on, I believe, 2 or 3 different buildings, going from 3 stories, which is the max that's permitted in the multifamily medium zoning district, or in a conventional zoning district without a PAD. And in order for them to go up to 4 stories, they proposed additional open space. So the fact that they have now come back and taken that additional 3% open space away and saying, now we're going to fill it in with private open space versus common open space, even though it may not seem very usable, it's still common open space. So that's the number one reason why we're concerned, is that they're taking away that additional 3% that was an added benefit. For the town staff believed at the time it was an added benefit. I hope that makes sense. I hope that is more clear. But they were proposing to eliminate a trade-off that that was originally approved to allow additional building heights. That's the main reason why town staff has been recommending denial.
Okay, and thank you for that. I mean, it helps to have clarity when it's all said together and not in, numerous conversations. Having, maybe missing something and thinking this would be safer, this would be a better fit, especially because of where this site is located. So I don't know. This is a tough one to do because I want to respect staff and all their work and what you guys have done. What are the items that if we were to approve this tonight that they are going to have to deal with? Because you mentioned there's several stipulations that are coming along with this.
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, one of the items would be, well, they already addressed one of them by moving those proposed fence yards 3 feet away from the sidewalk. They've addressed that. We eliminated that condition. I think you probably saw it crossed out in the ordinance. But the main thing is that they would have to reduce the size of the yards along Warner and Martingale that encroach into the building setbacks. So they would have to pull those fences in so that they comply with the perimeter building setback. That's what they would have to do.
Okay, so have they indicated they will do that?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, we have had recent conversations with them, and they are open to doing that. They have the room. Those yards are much bigger than the ones that are more interior to the units that are like facing like the parking lot. So they have the room to move them in. They'll just have to shrink them down some. But we believe that they would agree to that.
Okay. Well, I'm pretty in favor of doing this if they abide by the stipulations that planning and staff is recommending. So I just wanted to clarify that and make sure. And if Reese is here and he's going to speak, we'll try to clarify that with him at that time. Okay. Thank you.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one other clarification, Keith. I remember in the presentation that the builder was saying that there are other similar type amenities at other developments in this area. Is that correct?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, that is correct. There are a few other apartment complexes, mainly in Cooley Station, that they showed some examples of, that do have pretty much this exact situation with extended yards. So there are a couple of apartment complexes that do have that. The applicant, I think, has those photos in his presentation, but yes, you are correct.
And from your opinion, the ones that were done in the other areas, are they done tastefully and they look nice in that area, or do they look odd and out of place?
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, I don't have really an opinion either way, to be honest with you.
All right.
I don't do look ugly. I don't think so. But they're all case-by-case basis, right? So I don't really have an opinion either way, just
I
to be
guess
honest.
I guess what I was driving at is that this would not degrade from the character of the area with this in place.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Lyons, I don't believe so.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Let's open the public hearing and invite the applicant up.
Mayor Anderson, members of the council, my name is Reese Anderson. Address for your record is 1744 South Val Vista, number 217. I'm sorry I'm walking up here with a slight limp this evening. Friday morning I was doing yard work and suddenly I discovered I'm getting old. And I don't know what happened other than just age is catching up to me. I appreciate the questions from Councilmember Lyons, Vice Mayor Buckley. I think I can answer all of those and share some thoughts for us to help do that. I don't know how to bloviate, I don't know how to be pithy, but I'm going to try to be really quick. Is that fair enough? You've been here long, and so as long as the clicker works for us. So I should say with me this evening also is Mike Crone. He's the representative of the Frankel Family Trust, who owns this site. They also own the crossing site, which, Councilmember Lyons, you asked about in Cooley Station. I'm going to show you a picture of that in a second. And they also own the track site, which has famously been called the home plate piece, parcel 4. And you'll remember, some of you were on council when that got approved. I think next month we'll be filing the DRB case for the site plan and elevation. So the Frankel family owns 3 major projects in your town. They are longtime holders. I've worked with them a long time, and I'm pleased to represent them. So let's not belabor much of this. You spoke at a long time about Gabrielle this evening. We don't need to go back to any of those. So we're requesting an amendment to the PAD. I'm going to show you that stipulation in just a second. As Keith said, we've accepted stipulation P, which was the 3-foot mark. That's not an issue. On stipulation Q, which is the setbacks along Warner and Martingale, get to that, I'll share some more thoughts about it. But to your point and your question, Vice Mayor, we're going to defer to you. Whatever you think is best on that issue of Martingale and Warner, we defer to you. Let me share a few thoughts when we get to that point. Is that fair enough? So, Councilmember Lyons, you asked about, is there another example? And here it is. This is crossings at Cooley Station. It's on Williamsfield is what I meant to say, and Wade. And you can see there that the landscaping has had a chance to grow up. I think they look nice. They're tastefully done. There haven't been any issues. These are very popular units, in fact, at the crossings. There's another example. Another example. Again, these are just Google Street View. And if you need me to back up, I can. I wanted to share this slide because this, I'm just going to be bold if I could, part of one of the Gilbert's values. There's been this underlying allegation that we've pulled a bait and switch. And I want to just walk through this timeline because that was just not the case. Because I was here, I lived it, and when the case went through originally in November of 22, the idea of these ground floor extended yards was just not on the table. If it was, my advice to Mike Crone and the rest of the team would have been, let's get them on there and put it on there now. It just wasn't in our minds. So to your example earlier, Councilmember Lyons, this is really an afterthought. And that happens all the time in every remodel I do at my house, right? I find a better way to do it. And that's really how this unfolded. And so that's why I gave you the precise dates of when the zoning case was approved, when the Planning Commission approved the DRB, which was in March of 23. And it wasn't a year later that we first met with Keith and then the other staff to really talk about, that's the first time. I mean, it was a year difference. If we were really doing a bait and switch, I think you would have had different facts and different history that would have laid that out. So I leave that for you to make a judgment and a call on it, but it really wasn't the issue. It happened after the fact. I know earlier you probably wish you would have had this as the VDOD map for this area, and you can see that part of the multifamily piece was in that vertical development overlay District 4. That's what really led to these buildings in blue getting that additional height, because it was already there. And yes, part of that negotiation was additional height and open space. Not amenities, but open space. And that's how that stipulation of 43 came to be. I want to be clear, because it wasn't about additional amenities, it was about the open space. And again, had we known at the time that this would be a good idea, we would have addressed it then, but we didn't. Anyway, backing up, I'm sorry, the yellow line there represents where the vertical development overlay falls on that site. So this is what the stipulation looks like. The code requires 40, and we promised that we would do 43. We've never shied away from, but that was the promise we made. What we stand before you today humbly saying is, we think we have a good idea, we think it makes a lot of sense, and we think it improves the livability for those units that can benefit from these extended ground floor yards. So we humbly ask you just to consider that proposal this evening. Here's some of the data, and as I go through this, you're going to see this slide repeat itself as we go through. But on the low side, the code requires 45, 48 was provided. On the medium side, which is what we're talking about tonight, 40 is required, and 43 was provided. Keith showed this earlier, and Keith let you know, but I want to reinforce that in October of 24, the low side, that tan-colored side, that's already been approved. So those are going to be built. You know, so at the risk of sounding arrogant, your decision tonight affects only the west side or the medium side. The low side is already approved, and you can see those pictures that are there. So once the low side calculations were done in yellow, you can see that the common open space dropped to 46% on the low side. Again, I'm going to bring it all back together at the end, but just keep that in mind. Keith's pictures were taken just a few days after mine, and I should have gone back and got new ones, but you can see there that they had done more of the landscaping, spread the rock. But this is just a view of Building 17. This is right off the main entrance of Warner Road, where those units are at. Again, this is on the low side, and as we worked with the staff after the Planning Commission meeting, we've agreed to move. So there is no more of these fences that are that close to the sidewalk. They're all 3 feet or more back. So if I said to myself, well, let me say it this way. If I'm in your shoes, I would say, what are my guiding principles that are going to guide me this evening? Here's one that if I was in your shoes, I would suggest consistency. I looked out at the section of the code regarding landscaping, and subsection F just says, provide consistent landscape requirements for similarly situated projects. So to me, consistency between the two halves of the project is an important thing to consider. And now I'm clicking, and of course, it's paused. There we go. So another question, again, building off of Councilmember Lyons' question, does it exist in other areas of the town? The answer is yes, it exists at the crossings. But the concept already exists in your code. And so when you're in the Gilbert's mixed-use districts, what I highlighted in yellow is the ability to count private open space as part of your total open space calculation. So I just humbly submit that to you to say this is not a request that's completely out of left field. So I also want to make sure that, and I think you were picking up on it, that there, in these definitions of open space, there's common open space, private open space, there's active open space, and passive open space. And we are not affecting any active open spaces whatsoever. So with a lot of the cases you've heard before us, let me tell you what this not is, what this request is not. We are not changing the site plan other than to add these screening walls, the private yards. We're not affecting any active open space. We're not changing any building elevations. We're not changing the number of units. We're not changing traffic or parking patterns. We're not changing any of the infrastructure requirements. And we're not eliminating or changing any of the landscaping with the zoning in 2022. And this is the 9 items that we listed as amenities as part of that zoning case. Then the DRB case happened, and this is the total amount of amenities. And a slight correction of staff where Keith said we had 2 pools. We actually have 3. So this is a very well amenitized, this is like a resort with all the things here. And a lot of these amenities are indoors. Now, why is that important? And that's because part of the discussion, and Councilmember Lyons may remember this from the Planning Commission meeting, was, well, we would have asked for more amenities as the trade-off. And my point is that we did that between the zoning and the DR, not only 1-fold, 2-fold, this is a 3-fold increase in the number and quality of the amenities. So this is the stipulation, which, again, the staff crossed off, but I just wanted to let you know, we've complied with that. Our new development plan has moved every one of them back. This is what the code says about it. I won't belabor it because it's just not an issue anymore. We've complied with moving everything 3 feet back from all the sidewalks. And I should point out that where there were a couple of those that we could not do that, we just eliminated them. We just made them disappear. So I thought you might find these stats just a little interesting. I count 138 total on this multifamily medium side. 18 of them were moved back, some were eliminated. Then I thought, well, how many of them are about 4 feet? And I counted 3. How many of them are at 5 feet? I counted 3. That means that all the rest of them, so 82% and more, are more than 5 feet back from the sidewalk. So staff had a concern, we addressed it, but it only applied to a small percentage of what we're talking about. So, Vice Mayor Buckley, you had a question about the setbacks and Warner Road, those type of things. Our thought on that one, and I'll show you why, is in your code, when you look at the section in multifamily, it talks about walls and fences, and I highlighted it in red. It talks about there the maximum height of a wall fence within the front building setback. So the code clearly allows you to have a wall and a fence in the front building setback. And then when I go to the definition of a building, and I highlighted in red, the excluded from the definition of building is a wall and fence. So when I look at that together, to me, the code is clear. That you can't have a wall and a fence. It can't exceed 4 feet, right there on the chart. You go down the multifamily medium, but you can't have it. Now, if the staff say that, hey, this section's ambiguous, then it's well-established legal principle, and your town attorney can confirm this, that any ambiguity should be construed in favor of the property owner. That being said, if you council members think it's just better, we'll accept stipulation Q. We don't think it applies. We think a clear reading of the code supports us. We think if there's ambiguity, it should be interpreted in our favor. But if you collectively say, you know what, we just think it's best that these along Martingale and Warner, again, it's a small percentage of them, but if you collectively say, you know, that's just best that we meet those building setbacks, we'll comply. That answer that question? Okay. Well, I was just sharing with you, with the council here, but to Vice Mayor Buckley's question, there's 13 of them along Warner Road. 9 would be affected that we would modify. And along Martingale, there's 24 total, but only 5 would be affected. So again, small percentage, but if you collectively said, we think it for the best, we'll accept that. So you remember I said I was going to come back to this slide with just a little bit of data, and I'm getting close to being done, which is, remember, I start on the medium side. So if you were inclined to approve the ground floor patios, that common open space would drop to 40. But please keep in mind that the total amount of open space, right? Because I'm not eliminating open space. I may be changing the character from common to private, but I'm not changing total open space. Still remains 43. Over on the low side, we went to 46. And when I blend it all together for the whole site, I'm at 43. So I would just kindly suggest that we've worked hard to not go below Like, you get presented a lot of requests to dip below the 40%. We've worked hard to make sure that we're 40% or above on the medium side. And in keeping with the spirit of the original stipulation, we've worked hard to stay at 43 on the whole site. So I'm going to sum it up with these guiding principles. Consistency, should both halves look the same, be similar? I think the answer is yes. Are there other locations in the town that have this, and is it working well? Yes. Does the concept appear in other provisions of the code? Yes. Has there been an increase in amenities in the zoning after the PAD approval? Yes. Despite our respectful disagreement, has the owner complied with the 3-foot foundation base request from staff? Yes. Regarding the setbacks on Warner and Martingale, while we think those ambiguities should be interpreted in favor of the owner, we're willing to defer to whatever you decide. And then while the percentage of common open space has decreased, total open spaces remain the same. I want that to be clear and kind of be one of the overarching themes, is total open space has remained the same, and we've maintained that 43%, again, in spirit with that original stipulation. So our request, modify the stipulation to allow 40% common open space. We've accepted stipulation P, which was about the 3-foot setback, and then we defer to you on stipulation Q, which was really dealing with the Martingale and Warner. I probably went too long, and I apologize, but I wanted to make sure that we gave everybody a fair understanding of what the request is.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah. Councilmember Buck?
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, so you had said that, and given us like how it happened, that it just was an afterthought. My question to you is, I thought that you built the one, or you were planning the one next to it that was approved before this one with these fence amenities, and you've already built another one, so how is that an afterthought?
So, Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Buckland. So I think you asked two questions there. The first one was, and let me take them in probably chronological order.
I'm not being accusatory,
Not at all.
I need an understanding of how that happened. If you built others with that, why would you not plan that in this one, knowing it's a better design?
I wish I could explain every mistake I made. The truth is that the Crossings project, we're in Cooley Station, that as part of it, but the thought of having it here never came across us, the design team, with Jose Pombo, who's here this evening, myself. It was just never part of what our scope of work was to do. So now, as far as you were asking, I think also asking about the east half, which is the multifamily low side. And again, that got approved by staff in October of '24. And remember, we started the conversation with staff in March of '24. So the afterthought came to us. We started the conversations with staff, worked with them on the low side, but we knew we would have to come and apply for a PAD amendment here. That's always been known to us. We accepted it, and that's why we're here. But to answer your question on, we had it over at the crossing side. I mean, it just never was on our radar until we were done with DRB. That's just the honest answer.
Thank you. And what was the timing between, because you got the two side by side, the medium and low. The low has it, correct? Ready?
Yes, so.
Which one came first?
Well,
I wasn't here for this then,
Oh, fair.
so I just need some history.
Not a problem. So if I went back to that slide, and it'll take me a bit longer, so quick for me just to share. The case was originally approved in '22 for the whole site. And then in early '23, the DRB was approved for the whole site. So there isn't one that came first as far as like getting the original approvals. But as far as getting the ground floor extended patios, that happened, again, our conversations with staff started in March of '24, with the administrative approval happening in October of '24.
So you designed the two separately?
No, they were all, so when you designed, you're referring to the project or just the yards?
The buildings with one with a fence, one without.
So those buildings were all designed at the same time? Fences, afterthoughts for both halves of the project?
Both of them?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that's what I was.
That's where I was, yes.
I thought you thought of it in the one and you didn't on the other, but you were doing this.
Those,
That's why I wanted to clarify.
that's why, that's why the DRB for the whole project got approved without any of the fences. And that's when the conversation started again in March of '24. for the whole, knowing that one side had a stipulation, right? We had to kind of bifurcate those two processes. But it was not one, came before the other. Same
Thank you
time.
for that historical context.
Yep.
Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Reese, did you guys, I have a couple of issues. I want to ask a couple questions. Did you guys consider stucco rather than just those wire fences?
Mayor Anderson, Councilman, like a solid wall along there? I think they've always been planned as wire mesh, and I can certainly turn back to Mike Crone and Jose Pombo to get their thoughts on that. I think they've just always been, I've never asked that question, to be frank.
Sure.
It's just always been the view fence, and I was looking back at the code where it talks about open and view. So it was meant to be more open, I know, and I'm guessing that Jose would give that answer of saying it was meant to be that way. But do you think it would look better that way?
Well, because when we spoke earlier, I had concerns about safety. I had concerns about kids. I had concerns about dogs and kids running from their car, going up to the fence, put their fingers in, and you said, hey, that's between the apartment and the kind of dog they can have. But I think that the developer should have some responsibility prior to that. And I think we're setting ourselves up for a potential safety issue here. And I remember quite clearly, this was one of the first cases that at least four of us worked on, or three of us, I'm sorry. Three of us worked on, and we took a lot of heat. Took a lot of heat from the public for adding the extra floor. Even though we didn't add apartments, you guys came to us and said, hey, we're going to add all these amenities, dog parks, all that kind of stuff. And, we negotiated that in good faith. Where the increased floors that we gave you, where are they located? Are they located in the areas where you want to add these fences?
Anderson, Bongiovanni, let me back up quite a few number of slides here.
Okay.
And I'll try to answer your questions in order. Maybe I'll try to go backwards, if that's all right.
One of the first slides, I think.
It is, and I'm almost there. Here we go.
Okay.
So your last question was, where are the three buildings with extra floors located? The blue shows that.
Right. Is that the area where you want to add more fences?
The answer is yes, but could I expand on that?
Sure.
The answer is, so if you see here on this slide, it's everything, it's the entire project. So on the low side, those are already approved. On the left side is what we're here in front of you this evening on every building that's there. So it's not just those three, it's all buildings.
Okay.
Does that answer that? And then
It does, but again, that's something that we negotiated earlier.
Well, you absolutely did, and I was living it. I do take respectful disagreement with you that I remember going through this. You may have gotten some emails, but we worked hard with the neighbors. When I met with the neighborhood opposition leaders, they were really pleased that we screened it. I gave them a heads up. I don't remember neighborhood opposition at the hearings.
I'm not arguing, our neighbors arguing about this. It was more the negotiation that we did with you guys, the hard work that staff did with you guys in order to approve an extra floor that we got heat from. And now we want to go back and change it. I don't like renegotiating with myself. It makes no sense to me. I don't see a great improvement here for the residents per se to give that back, because reality is, you're going to charge more for those units. I think they're not what we originally agreed to, and I know you're not about to take down that fourth floor. You can't do that. You've already built it.
They're built.
So I just, this one's probably a little bit more close to the heart, because this was one of the first cases we had. We took a lot of heat negotiating, and I just have a hard time accepting that this is an afterthought and it's nothing personal, but to me, I just don't like renegotiating with myself, and I don't like the fact that a bunch of us here voted for this, and now we're trying to say we're going backwards. And I'm having a hard time with supporting this at all because of the safety issues and because we've already negotiated this.
Mayor Anderson, Councilmember Bonjit, if I could just share a couple thoughts. On the safety issue, would it matter to you that the required walls today are 4 feet? So like if there wasn't this extended ground floor patio wall, you would already have a 4-foot wall. So the same issues of dogs jumping over, et cetera, those are there and existing no matter what, right? Because the height of the wall is not changing.
Right, but the kids can't put their fingers through it.
No.
And maybe this is for.
No, fair enough.
Planning should have figured this out before.
Fair enough, depending on those. And I would feel the same if I felt that somebody was trying to bait and switch me. So I respect the feeling you have. All I can do is share with you that I was there, I lived it, and I'm promising and avowing to you that it was not the case.
Appreciate that.
That's all I can do to try to assuage that.
Vice Mayor.
Okay, so can you tell me again how many units that you want the fence on? I think it's fairly small, correct?
Yeah, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor, it's 138 of the ground floor units within this side.
Oh, okay.
So there's a lot. So remember, the entire project is just under 40. There's 760 total units, and this has been zoned multifamily for a long time. And so of the ground floor units, not all of them, but a lot of them have these proposed. And dependent upon, what you decide on Martingale and Warner, some of them might even go away there. But for now, it's just 138 is what's proposed on the development plan.
Okay. And is Keith still here by any chance? I have a quick question for Keith. Let's see. My feeling is that the open space, not the open space, but the setbacks that you said that they will need to do, that they should do, are these to have, does that have anything to do with the fences that they're requesting, or is that something totally separate? Or are the fencing encroaching on the setback?
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, yes, the fences are encroaching into that setback on Warner and Martingale Road.
Okay. I wanted to confirm that because for me to look at this and approve this, I really want to see the setbacks where they need to be.
And
So Q, I would be adamant that you take care of and move those back to where, so that they're not encroaching on the setback.
We would respect that.
Pardon me?
We would respect that, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay. I mean, that's where I would be on that, and, okay, then that, I just wrote the same thing twice. So I think that answers my question in what I need. So you have 138 out of, I don't remember what you said the number of units were, but yeah, so that's like about a fourth.
Yes.
Or less, yeah. Okay, that answers the questions I had, and, we'll have to see if it comes up, for a motion. I just want to make sure that the setbacks the queue is taken care of.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
We're about an hour plus into this discussion. Can we wrap this up and get to a motion
90
soon?
seconds.
Councilmember Lyons?
Thank you, Mayor. Could you go back to the picture that has the whole site laid out there? I just want some clarity on this. it's my understanding, as you're getting back to that slide, that the entire site, both the east and the west side of the development, go a little bit more, none of them were originally designed with any fencing around it. Is that correct?
That's,
Yeah, this one right here. Well, go back, there's a red line in here, but,
not a problem, I'm almost there.
all right, yeah, right here. So everything that is to the right of that, I guess, red or pink line has already been approved by our staff, correct?
That is
But it
correct.
was not originally in the plan. So
correct.
if we don't approve this, we're going to have half the development with fencing, and everything to the left of this line would not have any. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and the reason you're having to come back to this is because there were changes that were agreed to originally that would have to be addressed because of this change, that could not be done just part of the regular process. Is that right?
That is absolutely correct. And we identified that from the very beginning when our client said they had this idea.
So, okay, so all the fencing or the whole site was an afterthought, that you guys came back and said, hey, we think this is a better deal. Half of it's already been approved and half of it's already installed. And if we don't approve this, we're going to have half this development with fencing and half without, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Torgerson.
First, I want to apologize for having to step out for a moment. Secondly, I'm going to give you a hard time just to have fun with you. I want you to go buy a dictionary for bloviate,
Thank you.
okay?
I apologize.
The definition, right, standing there. But
Thank you.
that
I-
aside.
I appreciate you busting my chops.
This is this is a serious point. The only reason that I supported going to 4-story was that extra open space perceived. It wasn't extra private space. It was for the question was, what do the people of Gilbert, not what the people of this development get, what do the people of Gilbert get? And it was 3%. Hey, it's something, there's more amenities, this is beautiful, whatever all that's built. But now, let's take this back, in my mind, away from the people of Gilbert. The visual of it, whatever it is, that was the trade-off in my mind when I agreed to this. And I'm not seeing it, I'm not happy about it. A deal's a deal to me. I mean, there are always reasons to change things, I understand, but that was important to me, that something that I felt that people of Gilbert got something from, and now we're handing it back. That's just, I'm saying that, I'm not saying it's on purpose on your part, I'm not saying anything nefarious, I'm just saying that is why I came to the table and supported a 4th story.
Vice Anderson, Councilmember Torgerson, I respect everything you're saying, and I appreciate you recognizing just that we're being very candid about the history here. And I also respect where you were coming from on, was this a bait and switch? I would just please ask you to consider that total open space has not changed. If I was adding another building, if I was removing something, I hear you 100%. You're absolutely right. I would be the first to admit that. But I think it was Councilmember Lyons who said earlier, if someone's in this area, right next to a unit like this, that's just an area you shouldn't be in, out of respect for the people that live there, right? So if someone was hanging out in that area, you would likely have management and/or the police called on you. So to me, I agree with you on one point, but I would just ask you to kindly consider that we're not taking away any active open space, not eliminating any amenities, not adding units. We're really just taking some of the passive space, technically recharacterizing it from common to private. I do respect everything you said, and I apologize again for bloviating.
Thank you, Reese.
Thank you.
I'm going to close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for a motion.
One more question.
You have one more question?
Yeah.
One more question, Reese?
It's short. Well, actually, the question I have is for Keith. And if you, what I want to verify, because, and what we're seeing open space goes from 43 to 40. And Reese has stated that with what, the figures he's done and everything, that the open space the overall open space will stay at 43. I just want a confirmation from you that that would be correct.
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, I believe that is correct. The overall open space for the whole entire 40-acre apartment complex would be whatever his numbers are. I believe that's correct.
Okay, and he says they are 43, so they would stay within the realm of where they should be for open space.
Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, that's a good question too, because there's two different zoning districts. So it's hard to say that there's an overall open space percentage, because MFL is 45% minimum of open space. And MFM is 40% minimum open space. So it's hard to sit here and say that overall 43%, what would it comply with? There's not one open space percentage governs the whole entire property. It's split. So is 43% an acceptable amount of open space?
I mean, it is.
That's the question. And from a town staff's perspective, that's one of the reasons why we're opposed to it, because we don't like the decrease in the 43 and 3% on the MFM side. So with that 3%, you have like for 46% open space as a schmear over the whole 40-acre development. Now you've dropped that down 3% as well.
Okay, so is staff okay with that? Are you saying staff is still not okay with that open space?
I would say, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley, I would say we're probably not okay with the decrease in open space, common open space.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to double check on that. So the entire project, but the section that we're working on is not. Are you in agreement with that, or?
Yeah, Mayor Anderson, Vice Mayor Buckley. So on the low side, which is not an issue before you this evening, that is 46% common open space. It exceeds the code. On this side here, from 2022, there was a stipulation that said 43. And we're requesting to go to 40 with these extended ground floor yards. I was just sharing that if you were to blend it all and look at it as a whole, because even though there's two zoning lines here and you have to analyze them separately, the total open space for the entire project still meets 43. And I share that humbly just to say that we're still meeting the spirit of the rule.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Keith.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Truthfully, I don't know that this is worth an hour-and-a-half long discussion, so please,
Okay, I'm done.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the adoption of ordinance 2953, amending ordinance 2839 with the stipulation that the setbacks along Warner and Morningdale, is that would be within the typical requirements for setbacks.
And stipulation Q, is that stipulation Q?
Yep.
Okay.
A motion, do I have a second? Motion dies for lack of a second. Want to try another motion? And try another motion. That one died.
I'll make a motion to not approve zoning Z 24-21.
Been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Been moved by Councilmember Torgerson, seconded by Councilmember Bongiovanni, that we
So a yes would be
a yes would be to deny the project, deny the request. Please vote. Motion carries 4-3. Thank you. We're on to the consent calendar. Patrick, Vice Mayor, we'll turn this over to you. I'm going to ask Patrick if he's going to cover as many items tonight as.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, thank you. Yes, this is our last meeting of the fiscal year, and we have a large number of items on the consent agenda tonight. That is typical and routine for the end of the year with final contracts put in place. I would be happy to run through the entire presentation. It's quite lengthy, or we could, and we do make that available. If people would like to peruse that online, we'd be more than happy to just answer any specific questions on ones of interest.
I'd like to see that. Just if anybody has any specific questions, let's ask those now, and then we can post everything else online. I think that's fine.
No questions?
I don't know. We'll see.
Okay, what number? Looks like council member. 21? Okay, so Patrick, if you could address number 21?
Thank you. Do we have a member, Candace Kwan? Come on down.
Good evening. What's, Mayor and Council, what's the exact question? Just a context or clarification of what this entails? Is that correct?
Yeah, and why? And also why Canva over something like Adobe or even CorelDRAW?
Yeah.
I want to know why $300,000?
Say it again.
Why $300,000?
Yep. Great question, Mayor and Council. This is for a 3-year contract to not exceed $300,000. Currently, we're on a year-to-year contract. We are reaching our max capacity of seats. Before, it was about 175, and we are needing to get to 250. This is not require us to spend the $300,000. It is locking in actually a multi-discounted rate. First year is at 250 seats, the next year is 350 seats, and then 450 if we do get to that number. There are other services that are provided from a design standpoint. This is the one that has been widely adopted organizational-wide. We do have other services that other people can utilize, but this is the most preferred option. It's the most accessible and user-friendly. And so it has just been shown that it is a preferred one. We had initially 150 seats, and over the past 3 months, it has gone to 217 just because it has been widely used across the organization.
Okay, so it's 300,000 over 3 years?
That's correct. And we are not required year to year. If we do not get to those seat numbers, we are just paying for what we are utilizing.
Okay, so if we're using 250 right now, so 250 is approximately 100,000?
217, and we are paying for year one. I think it's approximately $52,000. Year two, then that is at a 30% discount. Next year will be a 15% discount, and then the third year would be full price. So it is discounts are start to decrease as we get to that full number.
Which is kind of counterintuitive, isn't it?
I think the goal is a multi-year contract to set the discount, but to get the biggest discount at the beginning.
And do you believe this program is it's more user-friendly for staff rather than a more standard program like Adobe?
Adobe is great. That is with designers and creative artists that are very, very well skilled in Adobe products. Canva is the most accessible when it comes to an organization, is quite lean in creative resources. And so those that might not be the most creative, but are able to understand templates and do still have the ability and autonomy to make updates, this is the most appropriate for that type of organization.
Okay, that satisfies me.
I use Cam about 5 times a day. So do you know what this comes down to per seat? I mean, is it more than I can go online and buy?
It is less than what you can go
You
on,
have
like,
extra
economies of
services?
scale, basically. is
You have extra services that an average user doesn't have?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Is that my anti-bloviate button that you're pressing?
I think we all need to learn the definition of bloviate tonight.
No kidding.
All right, do we have any other questions on any of the items number, we can vote on this on 21 with the rest, right? That was just discussion, okay. So from items number 10.
Bobby, I got a quick question.
10, I know, I'm getting there. Items number 10 to 47, do we have any other, no questions?
Yes, yes.
Okay. At this point,
Vice Mayor, I have a question. Number 22.
okay, I'm sorry.
Number 22.
I thought you were saying no.
Patrick, is that the Capitol Guard and Patrol here, or is that the garage?
Mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, so that would be to continue the security services at the 2 garages in the Heritage District. We do believe we have seen value from that.
Okay. Were we supposed to have a presentation on that before we approved additional extensions to that contract? I'm trying to remember the last time we voted on this.
Mayor, Councilmember Bongiovanni, let me clarify real quick. Mike, am I in the 2, is that for the guards here or at the garages?
Mayor and Councilmember Bongiovanni, you are correct. This is for the extension of the current services for Capitol Guard at the 2 garages in the Heritage District. We do have a lot of data. I get the last sets shared with you, but we do have all that data available. I could pull it up really quick. We're averaging for the first 6 months, I think it was 9,000 contacts. So we've been tracking the number of contacts they make each day, the number of individuals they contact at each of those contacts. We've also been tracking our calls for service and reports written in the garages. We've seen a large decrease in the number of on-view activity in the garage because those from our police officers. But yet we've seen an increase in on-view activity outside of the garages and maintaining security there. So it's been, in our opinion, a positive add to the security of our downtown.
Okay, I mean, I'd like to, I know we, at the end of the fiscal year, we have to, go ahead and vote on this and approve it, but I'd like to see stats in an open study session at some point.
Yeah, we can come back to that, and we can share it to you. I can get you an update tomorrow.
This was an important issue for the town. I just want to make sure we're.
Performance management is actually creating a dashboard for us. So it's all automated. Every week it'll be updated automatically.
Thank you.
Mayor, do you have a question? No. Okay. Anybody else have a question? Are we good now? Okay. All right, so with that, that covers items number 10 through 47. And at this time, we're going to add to the consent calendar items number 48 and 49. And I'd like to invite Councilmember Lyons and Councilmember Torgerson, and this is for the nominations for Veterans Advisory Board and the Redevelopment Commission, to give you the names of those that were selected.
Vice Mayor Buckley, thank you. I'd like to make a motion to appoint Charles Dine, Les Presmick, and Katie Ahmet to the Veterans Advisory Board as regular members with terms beginning June the 16th, 2025, and ending on June 15th of 2028.
Okay, and I believe we've added making the motion in with the overall numbers.
overall,
So you're not really making a motion, just giving the,
It's okay.
yeah.
And they'll add agenda number 49 will be to add Ryan Rabb as the redevelopment commission alternate member with a term beginning June 24th, 2025 and ending October 31st, 2026.
Perfect, excellent. All right, so with all of that being said and done, I move to approve the consent agenda, items number 10 through number 49.
Second?
Okay, it's been seconded by Councilmember Prowski, and please vote. Oops, that one didn't, my screen didn't show up, but I do see that it's been approved. Okay, so it is, the motion carries 7-0. And with that, I'm going to turn this back over to Mayor Anderson for, find my sheet, for the administrative items.
Yes, we have two administrative items. First is consider adoption of resolution number 4578, designating the chief fiscal officer to submit the fiscal year 2025-2026 expenditure limitation report to the Office of the Arizona Auditor General. I'll move adoption of the resolution if I can get a second.
I second.
Been moved by the mayor, seconded by vice mayor. We adopt resolution number 4578. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Item number 51, Patrick, this is a presentation. Is this a long presentation?
Mayor, it is not. It's going to be a very brief presentation on the development of the What's Developing Near You functionality to our website that council asked staff to do a while back. They've done an excellent job with it.
Thank you.
Are we, do you want me to do?
Not yet.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Anthony and I are going to give a brief presentation on the What's Developing Nearby map and some exciting updates to that map. We'll talk quickly about the history of the map and what its functionality is intended to be, along with new map goals, features and functionality, and then a subscription tool. This map was initially debuted in 2016, 2017, so we're going on nearly 10 years of having this map available, and it's gone through some changes over those years. Most recently, we have updated the map based on some functionality changes through Esri. Track the data usage of the map, and it's been pretty consistent over the past couple of years with about 85 views a day on the latest iteration of the map. You can see our previous version, the old web map, had about 100 views a day, but there's just a couple of specs in there that can be correlated to staff testing some items or some kind of highly interesting projects, Heritage North, for example, where people are clicking on there to find out what's going on. So initially when we launched this map, the goal was really to foster community engagement, have some interactive features so that as folks are driving through the community and they see those big yellow signs, they can hop on our website and see what's developing and what's planned for that site. So over time, as I mentioned, we're always looking at ways to update this map, make it more user-friendly for folks. And so we wanted to also ensure that we are keeping up with the latest technology, which allows us to include a subscription feature, which is something that we're really excited about. We want to make sure that this map seamlessly integrates with our other systems and then provides a really user-friendly experience for our residents as they visit this page. So with the new map, there are a couple different things that we'll cover. One, there is a desktop view, there's a mobile view, and then the subscription option. So if somebody were to visit the website on their desktop computer, this is what they would see. There's some tabs that kind of identify the different categories that development falls within as it goes through a town process. Neighborhood meetings are required for projects that require a rezoning application, and those are the ones that you've seen a number of those this evening. So those are highlighted with that orange pin. Projects that have been submitted and are in review with planning staff have a red pin. Once they've gone through either planning commission or town council, depending on what the application is, they move over to the blue colored pin. And then we kind of hold them there while they go through the permitting process. And then once construction starts, it turns to that gray pin so people can follow a project all the way through. We also have a mobile view version of the website, so you can toggle between some different views if you're looking at it on your phone. Initially, you would see a map. You can go to a list of projects, and then if you click on those projects, you would get specific information related to that development. You get a case contact, so that would be one of our staff members. In this example, we have Keith's contact information for his project, as well as a brief description of what that project is. If it's something that staff has written a staff report for that goes to either planning commission or town council, we link that on this as well. Related to the subscription tool, we've talked a little bit internally about what that would look like in terms of notifications, not wanting to inundate our subscribers with frequent emails. But we do want to make sure that they get the information in a timely manner. So for neighborhood meetings, for example, those updates will be pushed out to subscribers upon submittal of that to the map. Those meetings have a 10-day turnaround. So from the time that the applicant publishes notice that a neighborhood meeting occurs, there's only 10 days. So we want to make sure that our residents are getting those updates quickly. For items that are going to Planning Commission and Design Review Board, we'll kind of batch any updates that get put on the map over the week, and then they'll get a comprehensive email at the end of the week. We've also talked about implementing story maps for some of our projects. So there are a number of projects that come through from time to time that have just some special interest based on their size, based on what they're proposing, or just community interest because it's something like the Heritage Park in the Heritage District, or the Gilmore was another project that has kind of an increased level of public interest. And so you'll see us start to implement story maps for those types of projects as well. And then one of the exciting things, this is going to be live very shortly, probably tomorrow. Folks should be able to subscribe to this map. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Anthony, and he will wrap up with a demo.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Anthony Macias, JS Supervisor. So before we get started on this short video presentation, I know it's late, but this is going to be like a late night Transformer movie full of excitement, explosions, and changing technology right before your eyes. So let's go ahead and get started with that video. So with this video, a new and redesigned web page will provide a gateway to the What's Developing Nearby map. When a user enters the map, they'll be greeted with a splash screen that'll show a project status, legend, and disclaimer. Then a user can zoom in anywhere to select an individual project. And once that individual project is selected, that left pane will show pertinent information about that development. Now here's where the fun begins. Once the user scrolls to the bottom of that description, they can subscribe for updates on that particular project just by clicking on the link provided, where they'll be presented with an opportunity to input their email, request updates, and then presented with the screen that verifies that subscription for them. When the user scrolls to the top of those details, they can subscribe to any project that they're interested in, provided by the link. And as we see in our video, a separate map will display that will allow users to select the whole town, individual quadrants, or individual square miles of the town. Once a selection's been made, they can remove individual square miles by just selecting them again. You can also add additional square miles by clicking on the desired location. After the selection is completed, a user can then enter their email address on the bottom right, subscribe, and you have a verification screen for you. Now, after our users subscribe, they'll be receiving an email that's like this presentation, thanking them for the subscription and verifying again that they've been subscribed. And periodically, our subscribers will receive emails that provide links to updates on that project area that they have been subscribed to. So I'm sorry I forgot to include the explosions, but thank you for your time this evening. And we are excited for the opportunity to provide this service to our citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comments? No. Let's move on to communications from citizens.
All right. So to begin communications from citizens, I will read the rules of decorum. And we value the participation of our community members and robust exchange of ideas. However, it's essential that this discourse remains respectful and constructive, reflecting the professionalism expected in such forums. Misinformation and personal attacks undermine the collective efforts and do not contribute to the productive dialogue necessary for our town's progress. This is an opportunity for the public to address the town council directly, impacting issues impacting the town. Accordingly, the town council will not allow for moments of silence or the playing of music or other recorded material which could distract from meeting decorum or violate copyrights. While we understand and appreciate the passion our community members bring to this session, we remind everyone that clapping during the meeting is not acceptable. This practice can disrupt the flow of discussion, potentially intimidate others, and detract from the respectful atmosphere we strive to maintain. Tonight, we'll invite you to come up to the podium. When you come up to the podium, please state your name and your city of residence, and you will have 3 minutes to directly address the town council unless otherwise indicated. If the current speaker will be using 3 minutes of another person's time, that person should state their name, the city they reside in, and acknowledge that they are donating their 3 minutes to the current speaker. In accordance with state law, we are unable to provide responses to public comments during this meeting. Please be assured that your comments, your concerns, and input are heard and valued. And with that, we have 2 speakers tonight. The first speaker is Jenny Jones. And you will have 3 minutes, Jenny. Yeah, and if you can turn the microphone on, there's a little button at the bottom.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay, so does it start when I start talking?
Yes,
Okay.
please.
So my name's Jenny Jones, and I'm a Gilbert resident. Last year, my family, and specifically my daughter, became the victim of a felony crime when a group of boys set fire to our barn using illegal mortars. This wasn't a prank or an accident. It was premeditated, and then it could have killed someone. That night, we lost more than a building. We lost our sense of safety and peace. What I didn't expect was that the damage would continue long after the fire, and not just by the offenders, but by the system itself. Some of the officers and detectives on this case have gone above and beyond. Their dedication to justice and to Gilbert's safety has been clear, and I'm truly grateful. I want that on record. But there's been moments that shook my trust. Last August, I called to report a possible release condition violation. I was clear that I was reporting something that may have happened earlier or could happen that day based on a credible tip. I gave time, location, and context, but the officer told the juveniles and parents I claimed it was happening in real time, which I didn't. That misreporting led to retaliation from the families of those charged. From day one, I've done everything right. I followed the law, submitted formal requests, cited Arizona Constitution and every victim rights statute available. I've worked with this department with patience and professionalism and have been met with stonewall after stonewall. And I know they know I've done the work. On 2 separate occasions, one of the detectives on our arson case asked if I was looking for a job. I know it was said jokingly, but it wasn't a throwaway comment. It came after I submitted a detailed spreadsheet spreadsheet outlining the boys' involvement, their connections and prior incidents with police report numbers. I put it together within days of the fire, and I know they were impressed. The final report confirmed that the information I uncovered matched what their own investigations found. So when I'm treating like I'm overstepping or making noise, I don't forget that. I'm not guessing, I'm not speculating, I'm working with the facts this department verified. You don't get to acknowledge my accuracy behind closed doors and then publicly dismiss me when I continue asking for truth. During the investigation, a solicitation for assault was uncovered on June 24th, just a few days prior to the fire. Then on July 2nd, there was more talk about getting a girl. Nothing happened that night, but the next night was July 3rd, and when our family was targeted and our barn burned to the ground. To this day, I've not been told whether my daughter was the intended target. I've asked over and over again, and was my daughter the target of that violent solicitation? The assistant police chief told me he needed to check with legal before answering, but instead of giving me a direct response, he gave me a list of broad general statutes, none of which override victim rights under Arizona Constitution. He didn't cite any specific law that prevents a victim from being told if they were the intended target of a violent crime. What he also didn't say is that legal meant that Gilbert Town Attorney's Office and the town attorney is the uncle of one of the juveniles that was involved with that group, and I believe his name is in the report. After our arson, he threatened witnesses, and it was reported that then went on TikTok, this nephew went on TikTok, proudly called himself a certified Gilbert Goon, and as far as I know, he was not charged. And the police have known about his family connection since last year because I told Solberg directly. I'm not here to get that boy in trouble. In fact, I've heard that he's changed, and I hope that's true, but that's not acceptable. I tried to talk fast.
Right, your time's up.
But that.
Are you almost finished?
Yes.
Okay.
It's about 30 seconds. Sorry, I thought I could talk faster. So when the assistant chief said he needed legal guidance before responding to a victim, what he really meant was he was seeking advice from the office of a man whose nephew had a reason to be protected. This is a conflict of interest, it's a cover-up, and it's a betrayal of public trust. This town talks about values, about trust, about protecting families, but when victims ask hard questions, that trust disappears. Everyone hides behind legal processes, hoping I will get tired or forget. I spoke here before, I was polite and I was hopeful, but nothing's changed, and now I see how it works. You welcome new voices just enough to keep them quiet, but I'll be clear, I'm not here to be quiet. I'm here to say what a lot of people know. Offenders are being protected, victims are being silenced, and this town and my daughter deserve better. And if no one on this council has the courage to give answers, then I want it on record that I
I'm gonna have to
don't
stop
choose
you.
violence
I
or
think
silence.
you're well over your time.
Okay.
Okay, sorry.
Wow.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, our next speaker is Bridget Vega, and Alyssa Vega is giving her time. Alyssa, are you here? Okay, can you stand up and state your name and the city you live in? Okay, thank you. All right, Bridget, you have 6 minutes to speak.
I stand before you today as a concerned mother and a community advocate on behalf of the families and the children in Gilbert who feel failed by this town's leadership and the police department. You were entrusted to protect this community, especially our children, but when it mattered most, you protected image and power instead. The system heard the cries for help, and it was turned away. Your leadership remained silent. Violence and sexual abuse, including sextortion, doesn't appear out of nowhere. It grows in silence. It thrives in places where leadership chooses to look the other way. While you looked away, suicide has been committed on campus. Reckless and violent acts have escalated. Substance abuse referrals are rising. Guns have been found on school campuses, forcing schools to install metal detectors. What are you guys waiting for to act? A mass shooting? This isn't a failure, it's a betrayal. And still you continue to deny records and withhold the truth from the community. The refusal of Gilbert Police Department to provide transparency is not only dangerous, it's beyond disturbing, and it must be publicly condemned. And now the community knows what you guys continue to try to ignore. We've seen brutal gang beatings, assault after assault with brass knuckles, a barn burnt to the ground, a teen died from falling off the parking garage in downtown, multiple teens murdered, including last month, a teen murdered after a double shooting in which your police department was well aware of the crimes that this group and child was tied to. The continued gaslighting and violence has inflicted a lifetime impact on the victims, their emotional well-being, and their mental health, the ability to feel safe in our own communities, while affecting the community at large. By the grace of God, the children of the barn fire made it out alive. Between the fireworks and mortars sparked a fire that burned it down to the ground. The use of the mortars in this way is not just reckless, it's a serious criminal act. That child was also trespassed on the Gilbert Water Plant as well, which is a felony charge, which he pled down to a misdemeanor and just got a workbook, which is beyond disturbing in itself. The group of teens behind it, and only 2 boys placed on probation, and again given workbooks. But the truth runs deeper than a single fire. According to a nearly disclosed 400-page police report obtained by the Arizona Republic, this group, known as the Morrison Ranch Martyrs, was tied to sexual harassment, bullying, AI-generated nudes of teens, known as sextortion, reckless driving, drug use, threats, intimidation, acts of retaliation, homemade explosives, trespassing, criminal damage, fraudulent schemes like credit card scheming, a culture of fear and silence, and the police knew. Police reports and records show that they were aware of multiple incidents dating back to 2022, yet parents' warnings were dismissed. Reports were buried. You failed to intervene. You failed to protect. You failed to lead. Even after the barn fire, the police chief downplayed it, while withholding the very data that could have been revealed to the community and the truth. Families were silenced, witnesses were intimidated, and the community still lives in fear. As many witnesses continue to stay silent because of threats, retaliation, power, and connections within this council itself, and fear of losing jobs. Your leadership chose silence over safety, power over protection, reputation over responsibility. You were supposed to amplify the voices of the children who came forward, not silence them, not sacrifice them for optics, not bury the evidence to protect a brand. We demand transparency, accountability, and action because our community and the children deserve better. We will not stay silent. To the children, we hear you, we see you, we stand by you, and we love you. History will remember who stood with the children and who stood with negligence. What's done in the dark will come to light, and in the end, God prevails. I also do want to add, as we've seen the most recent disclosed police report in the media, I also want to refer back to Connor Jarnigan's police report as well. And it's really sad to see the similarities of both of these groups of boys and showing that these boys constantly mocking Gilbert police, saying not to commit crimes in Chandler or Mesa, to come to Gilbert, and just constantly mocking the police. What I don't understand is how all of the connections and looking at these police reports, these boys are bragging and telling and crying for help. They are telling your police departments, literally in the Snapchat records, saying, we want to go on a cop killing spree. They're identifying themselves as gangs. They are mocking the police and literally telling you, one of them even states over 30 assaults. The police are going to find out our names. We're going to get charged for over 30 assaults. It's all in the Snapchat records and in all the disclosed police reports. So I don't understand how our police chief continues to say this isn't happening here, that we don't have issues, and we continue to see the violence escalating. The teens are not okay, and the guns around this community, including the boy who was just killed recently, those parties Gilbert has known about and have been starting in Gilbert, escalating to Chandler and Mesa. So please do something.
Okay, with that, that concludes the communications from citizens. Back to you, Mayor.
No. Actually, Patrick is going to have the chief say something. And I would encourage you to continue to work with the chief, and he will have some comments here in a moment. You can see the future meetings that we have coming up. Communications we'll start from the town manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council, if I could ask Police Chief Mike Solberg come up and make a few comments in regards to public safety and some of the incidents that have been mentioned.
Good evening, almost good morning. Mayor, council, town manager, and our community members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide a brief update regarding the concerns raised in connection with the arson case from July 3rd, 2024. What happened to the Jones family that night was not only a criminal act, it was a devastating and traumatic event that no family in our community should ever have to endure. In response, our agency remains unwavering in its commitment to justice. That means fulfilling our legal duties, ensuring accountability from defendants, and standing firmly with victims, standing firmly with victims each step of the way, all while operating with transparency and integrity. On the night of the fire, Gilbert PD acted swiftly and decisively, arresting 2 juveniles on charges of arson of an occupied structure and endangerment. Their actions were both dangerous and deeply disturbing, showing a blatant disregard for the safety of others. We continue to do everything in our power to ensure that justice is served. We understand that there is a desire for the unredacted report. There are several state and federal laws that mandate our agency to redact certain information before publicly releasing reports. This is critically important to preserve the confidentiality of juveniles, protect investigative integrity, and allow for the fair administration of the judicial process. Although we must adhere to these laws, we recognize the constraints can be frustrating for victims and for the families. We have been communicating with the family and recommended that they consult with their attorneys for any legal guidance they may need. The Gilbert Police Department is committed to keeping the public informed while meeting our legal obligations to protect information protected by law and preserve the integrity of the justice system. We understand how difficult this has been for the Jones family and remain guided by compassion, integrity, and unwavering pursuit of justice. We are committed to providing information that we can legally provide to victims and to our community. And within these restrictions, we'll continue to do so. If there are any questions, if there are any outstanding cases, we will provide what information we can. We have been in communication with several of the occupants here tonight, the speakers, and several others in our community, and we'll continue to do so. And what questions we can answer, we will. And in regards to the overall statements as far as our cases, we have made arrests in all the cases where we could establish probable cause. The individual that was mentioned that was killed recently was in Mesa, and we had actually made several arrests on the individuals involved with that cases and had several cases still pending on those individuals. And we'll continue to investigate those others involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Patrick?
Thank you, Mayor. I will run through this pretty quick tonight. I know we're all tired. I wanted to real quick thank the team to put together the What's Developing Nearby app. They did a great job. They did that all in-house. I think going forward, Mayor, if it's okay with you and the council, we'll do those presentations at study sessions. It seems like we get to the end of long meetings and we really don't have time to ask any questions or appreciate what's been done, but I wanted to recognize them for that. So jumping into the update, July is National Parks and Recreation Month, so we'll highlight our Parks and Recreation Department. It's broken down into 3 main divisions: the business division, the parks, and the recreation. Within each, business handles administrative and performance, infrastructure and beautification, and community engagement and events. Parks has our parks and splash pads, multi-use paths, and aquatic complexes. And then recreation is where we'll find our park rangers, adaptive and inclusion services, riparian preserve, and our recreation centers, libraries, and sports complex. Starting with the business division, I'm just going to highlight a few of these, but you can find these online. They've achieved a 95% customer service satisfaction. We had over 100,000 attendees at our town of operated events, and they secured over $150,000 in sponsorships to help underwrite the cost of those events. They manage our PKID districts in town. They had over 5,600 swim lesson participants and in 2024, and almost 22,000 public swim participants in 2024. And then we also have several public-private partnerships with Freestone Railroad, AZI East Gilbert Archery, and the Rip City batting cages. The Parks Division has just under 1,300 in total park acreage across 9 district parks, and then you can see them going down from there. Some of the highlights over the last year: the Water Tower Plaza renovation, 2024 Tree City USA designation, the new Cosmo Park shade structure, and the 2024 Fields of Excellence Award winner by Pioneer Athletic Park. Within the Recreation Department, they handle all of our recreation centers. Cactus Yards, also for 5 years in a row now, has been nominated by or awarded by the USSA Outstanding Park of the Year. And we now have over 174 adaptive recreation programs, classes, and special events that were offered in 2024, as well as a lot of great events, well-attended events through our Park Ranger program. We thank them for all the great work. Moving into retirements and recognition, we just have one tonight. Fire engineer Jonathan Roscoe is retiring after over 18 years of dedicated service to the department. He's been an integral part of our team, demonstrating unwavering commitment, bravery, and a true passion for service. And we thank him and wish him the best of luck in his retirement. We also want to congratulate our Public Works Department, which won the 2025 Trailblazer Award for Innovator of the Year, which recognizes innovation in the water sector. And with that, Mayor, that's all I have tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Council members, you have reports. Councilmember Bongiovanni.
Thank you, Mayor. Join us for a fun-filled evening at Gilbert Regional Park as we celebrate the 4th of July on Friday, July 4th, 2025, from 5 p.m. to 9:30 p.m. Experience live performances, drone show, and a fireworks show. General admission is free for everyone. Upgrade to VIP for exclusive perks. I'll see you there.
Councilmember Lyons.
Yes, real quick, waiting for the slide to come up here. There we go. All right, just real fast, the Veterans Advisory Board has restocked the state 48 T-shirts. You can use QR code there to get information on it, or go to the Gilbert Town store. They'll sell out pretty quick, so I encourage you to go. In addition to that, we are looking for volunteers to help us with our different pillars. These are some of the upcoming meeting dates. I would really encourage you to come and help us out if you get a chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other reports? Thank you. I think I've got a couple of slides in there too. Just to talk about the Stock the Classroom Teacher Supply Drive, which is July 14th through August 21st. Seems so early to be talking about this already. School's starting, but teachers have many needs in their classrooms, all different kinds of donations, so please check it out. Secondly, we will be taking applications for the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee. Apply by July the 12th. It's a wonderful opportunity for students to grow their leadership skills, gain insider access to local government, and make a real impact in the community. So if you're interested, please contact us and we'll let you know more about that. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion to adjourn. My second.
We are adjourned.